Recording the
Okay, we're
PC,
rolling.
all set.
Thank you.
Cloud recording done.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to today's remote New York City hearing, executive budget hearing for fiscal year 2023 on the Committee on Finance, Committee on Youth Services, and later the Committee on Housing and Buildings. At this time, with all panelists, please turn on their videos for verification purposes. To minimize disruptions, please place all electronic devices to vibrate or silent mode. And just a reminder, the date for public testimony is set for May 25th, beginning at 10 a.m. If you'd like to submit testimony, please send via email to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant Biondo. Good morning. Welcome to this FY23 executive budget hearing for the Department of Youth and Community Development. My name is Justin Brannon. I'm the chair of the Finance Committee. I'm joined by my colleague, the chair of the Committee on Youth Services, Councilmember Althea Stevens. I want to thank Deputy Commissioner for Administration, Alan Cheng, and the DYCD team for being here today to testify and answer questions on DYCD's FY23 executive budget, including proposed budget actions taken in the executive plan. On April 26, 2022, the administration released the executive financial plan for FY22 to 26 with a proposed budget for fiscal 23 of $99.7 billion. The department's projected FY23 budget of $959.9 million represents less than 1% of the city's proposed FY23 budget in the executive plan. DYCD's fiscal 23 budget increased by $96.9 million, an increase of 11.2% from the preliminary plan of $862.9 million. The increase is the result of a number of actions taken, most significant of which are the $101.1 million baseline addition for the Summer Rising expansion and $9.5 million for OEO funding adjustment, offset by a reduction of $13.7 million for Summer Youth Employment Program, the SYEP funding adjustment. Deputy Commissioner, there are a number of issues I'll be questioning you and the department on this morning, including Summer Rising, runaway and homeless youth beds, the Saturday Night Lights program, and the issue of underfunding of youth employment programs. The challenges posed by COVID-19 to our city's youth are many and varied. Challenges at home, in school, and academic achievement, food security, and meaningful after-school opportunities for at-risk youth, and a whole range of areas make DYCD's budget more important than ever before. With DYCD's budget representing less than 1% of the city's proposed budget, this council must use its oversight role with a laser focus to ensure that every dollar spent by DYCD brings fairness, equity, and most importantly, opportunity to all youth in this city. I look forward to hearing your testimony this morning and answers to the questions that my colleagues and I have. I want to remind my colleagues that today is a very, very packed day of hearings, so we must adhere to the time limit so we can hear from all the agencies we invited to appear before us today. I want to thank the Council's Finance Division, especially Aliyah Ali and my senior advisor, Jonathan Yedin, for their work in preparing for this hearing. I also want to thank all the staff of the finance team who's working behind the scenes, helping us hold this remote hearing. I now will turn it over to my co-chair for this hearing, the chair of the Committee on Youth Services, Councilmember Althea Stevens, for her opening statement.
Of course, I'm muted. Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to fiscal 2023 executive budget hearing for the Department of Youth and Community Development. I'm Councilmember Althea Stevens, chair of the Committee on Youth Services, and I'm pleased to be joined by my fellow colleagues, Councilmember Farrah Lewis, Councilmember Richardson, Councilmember Hanif, Councilmember Williams, sorry, I'm just going through. Councilmember Riley, Councilmember Ferraris, Councilmember Carr, Councilmember Kagan. I think that's all I see for right now.
I'll be taking care of the rest, Chair, so don't worry.
Thank you so much. We're here today with Alan Chung, Deputy Commissioner from the Administration, and Susan Haskell, Deputy Commissioner for Youth Services, along with agency team of program-specific deputies and associate commissioners. Thank you for joining us. DYCD's fiscal 2023 executive budget totals $9,509.9 million. This includes $44.9 million in personnel services to support the headcount of 549 positions and $914.9 million for other than personnel. DYCD's fiscal 2023 executive budget increased by $96.9 million or 11.2% from the preliminary plan of $862.9 million. The increase is the result of a number of actions taken, most specifically of which was $101.1 million baseline additional for summer rise and expansion and $9.5 million for OEO funding adjustment, offset by a reduction of $13.7 million for summer youth employment funding adjustments. I'm happy to see that the mayor added $1.1 million baseline funding to expand summer rising program in the fiscal 2023 executive budget. This expansion is vital for the program that provides unique hands-on experience for young people as it creates opportunity for growth. And for those collaborative spaces, young people get the chance to connect and build professional relationships. Most importantly, they have the platform to discover their passion and effectively guide them on their future endeavors. The Council Fiscal 2023 Budget Response called for investments in specific programs and priorities that will help ensure that we remain on a path to recovery for all New Yorkers, including youth. While the pandemic may have paused opportunities for our youngest residents, now is the time to begin to rebuild and invest in the programs that will create a path to success for our children and youth. Hence, the council called upon the administration to invest $57.1 million to expand the youth employment program. Our city youth needs programming outside of school that provides work experience and is used as their first step towards long-term workforce development. I'm very disappointed to see that the executive budget does not include any additional funding to expand core youth programs such as Work, Learn, Grow, and Advanced Learn, and more closely match SYP slots. The fiscal 2022 includes an investment of $7 million to expand the Saturday Night Lights program. In the budget response, the council urged the administration to further investments with additional funding of $5 million annually to support the program. The goal of the program is to offer engaging activities in safe spaces during the hours when risk of youth-involved violence is at its highest, while also creating opportunity for law enforcement and young people to build trusting relationships through the program. I'm very disappointed to see that this additional funding was not included in the executive budget. Addressing street homeless remains a challenge for our city, and more needs to be done in terms of outreach, mental health supports for unsheltered homeless, and providing a safe space for those individuals to reside while necessary wraparound services supports. Hence, the council calls upon the administration to invest $6 million to fund 120 additional runaway and homeless youth beds to fill the need. Runaway and homeless youth populations still require a great deal of support and guidance in order to successfully transition into permanent housing and self-sufficiency. Both the expansion and investments are needed to turn the tide on homelessness of some of the New York's most vulnerable population. The committee looks forward to working with the administration to secure funding for other programs in DYCD. The committee wants to ensure that those programs are serving as many young people as possible, and to do that, we must have sufficient resources. I look forward to a productive conversation. Before we begin, I would like to thank my team, my chief of staff, Kate Connolly, Jatai Brown, my social media manager, and my deputy, Ty Reek Israel, Ali, unit head of the committee, Isha Wright, deputy director, Amy Briggs, counsel to the committee, and Anastasia Zumner, policy analyst on the committee. Deputy Commissioner Alan Chung and Susan Haskell, our counsel, will now swear you in.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. I now want to turn it back to our committee counsel, Malcolm Butenholm, to go over some procedures and swear everybody in.
Thank you, chairs. Good morning and welcome, everyone. My name is Malcolm Butenholm, counsel to the Finance Committee. For the record, I want to make sure that all council members present for the record are acknowledged. Council members Lewis, Stevens, Brannan, Velasquez, Palladino, Richardson Jordan, Brewer, Hanks, Hanif, Williams, Farias, Riley, Kagan, Carr, Sanchez, and Barron. Unlike in past, council members and members of the mayoral administration will have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. When not speaking, we ask that you please remember to mute yourself, and if people forget to do so and we hear background noise, we will go ahead and mute you ourselves. Council members who have questions should use the raise hand function in Zoom. You will be called on in the order with which you raised your hand. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, and please note for the purposes of this virtual hearing, we will not be allowing a second round of questioning. The following members of the administration are here to testify and/or answer questions: Alan Cheng, Deputy Commissioner for Administration; Susan Haskell, Deputy Commissioner, Youth Services; Valerie Mulligan, Deputy Commissioner; Daryl Rattray, Associate Commissioner; Daphne Montanez, Associate Commissioner; Jagdeen Fanor, Associate Commissioner; Navita Bailey, Assistant Commissioner; Rong Zhang, Assistant Commissioner; and Dana Countleme, Agency Chief Contracting Officer. I will first read the oath, and after I will call on each of you to individually respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Deputy Commissioner Cheng. Oh, you're muted. All right. Hold on one second. Can you try one more time? Sorry. There we go.
I do.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Haskell.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Mulligan.
I do.
Thank you. Associate Commissioner Rattray.
I do.
Thank you. Associate Commissioner Montanez.
I do.
Associate Commissioner Fanor.
I do.
Thank you. Assistant Commissioner Bailey.
I do.
Assistant Commissioner Zhang. Assistant Commissioner, you should be able to, hold on, give me 1 second. We're having a little technical problems. Can you try unmuting one more time?
Okay.
There we go.
Yes,
Thank
I do.
you. Thank you. And finally, Chief Countleme.
I do.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Cheng, you may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Stevens and Brannan and members of the Youth Services and Finance Committees. My name is Alan Chang. I serve as DYCD's Chief Operating Officer. I am joined by Deputy Commissioners Susan Haskell and Valerie Mulligan, Associate Commissioners Daryl Rattray, Daphne Montanez, and Jadine Fanor, and other members of our team. We are pleased to be here to discuss the fiscal 2023 executive budget. The budget stands at $959.9 million, which is the highest amount of funding in the executive budget in DYCD's history. $721.6 million, or 75.2%, is city tax levy. $92.4 million, or 9.6%, is federal, and $5.3 million, or less than 1%, is state funding. There's also about $140.6 million, or 14.7%, in other funding. This budget recognizes that young people have been significantly impacted by COVID-19 and that young people need the opportunities that help them thrive. As we discussed at the March 9th preliminary hearing, Mayor Adams and Council Speaker Adams announced 100,000 summer job and work-based learning opportunities for young people ages 14 through 24. This summer, the city will be making an investment of $236 million, a record investment in the Summer Youth Employment Program. 90,000 of these experiences will be available through SYEP, making it the largest number of opportunities in the program's 60-year history. To ensure that all young people have a chance to participate, last month, DYCD extended the deadline to apply to SYEP to May 6th. To date, over 160,000 youth have applied. Thank you, Chair Stevens, for asking your colleagues to sign up to be in workplaces, and there's still time to sign up for any council members who are interested. We're working with other city agencies which have committed to accepting more young people than ever before. The executive budget also includes $101 million to support Summer Rising. As you know, in March, Mayor Adams, School Chancellor Banks, and Chair Stevens announced the launch of the largest New York City summer program ever. Summer Rising will connect 110,000 elementary and middle school students to fun, culturally relevant, hands-on enrichment experiences to strengthen skills, develop interests, and cultivate curiosity. Summer Rising enrollment launched on April 25th, and we are pleased that the response was tremendous. As of last week, we have received more than 83,000 applications. Following this initial phase of enrollment, DOE will identify students for summer school and in D75 extended school year for seats in the program. Combined, Summer Rising, SYP, and other center-based programs will serve 214,203 young people this summer, with a record investment of $396 million in the future of young New Yorkers. This is an amazing accomplishment, and the city is truly investing in our future. On the administrative side, we are pleased that the executive budget adds 43 positions to DYCD's headcount. This adjustment reflects the agency's need for additional staff as we ramp up services such as SYP and Summer Rising. We have already begun recruiting for these important positions, and postings are available at the Department of Citywide Administrative Services jobs portal. While it's not in the executive budget, we also want to share with you some encouraging news for runaway and homeless youth. For the first time, the city has been awarded a $15 million youth homelessness demonstration program. This funding from the Department of Housing and Urban Development will support a wide range of new housing and service interventions to prevent and end youth homelessness. DYCD has been co-leading this process in collaboration with the offices of Deputy Mayors Sheena Wright and Ann Williams-Eason. We look forward to briefing you in the time ahead. Thank you once again for the opportunity to highlight the executive budget. My team and I are pleased to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's get right into it. So in the preliminary budget response, the agency mentioned that for providers who are not performing well or meeting the terms of their contract, contract terminations are handled on a case-by-case basis and according to the provisions of the contract. Are there providers currently receiving technical assistance and capacity building support for their contracts?
The short answer is yes, we definitely have providers who are receiving technical assistance on an ongoing basis. That is our first intervention, as I shared in the previous hearing. We don't take contract terminations lightly. We try to help our providers succeed in all the ways that we can. So we invest in capacity building. We invest in other outside resources that we can provide to our contractors so that they can meet the terms of the contract. I don't have specific numbers that I can show you, but we can definitely follow up on how many are currently undergoing technical assistance.
Got it. Okay. But before we go any further, the committee today, we might not get to all the questions we have, or you might not have responses ready, but I hope that you will. So we'll make sure we're going to send a follow-up letter for any of the unanswered questions. It's important to us that we get that information as we head into negotiations. So summarizing, it's, we all know what it is: free academic an enrichment program for New York City students. It's a partnership between DOE and DYCD to connect elementary and middle school students to fun and culturally relevant hands-on experiences to strengthen their skills. It's universally loved by just about everybody. We are happy to see that the mayor added $101 million baseline funding for summer rising in the exec budget. Can you tell us how many summer rising slots that would fund?
Yeah, in the testimony, we did highlight that we're looking at 110,000 seats for this summer, which is a record number of seats for this particular program.
Okay, so it's $101 million, and that's going to get us 110,000 summer rising seats, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I prefaced before about the partnership between DOE and DYCD, what will the distinct roles of DOE and DYCD be in implementing the initiative?
That's an excellent question, and that's why we have some experts here, and I'm going to ask the Sergeant to unmute Susan Haskell, Deputy Commissioner for Youth Services.
Good morning. Thank you for that question about DOE and DYCD kind of division of roles and responsibilities. In the first part, we in some cases share the schedule. So DOE teachers will be in the program providing teaching and learning and project-based hands-on activities for young people from around 8 to 12 in both elementary and middle school programs. The DYCD funded community-based organizations work through from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. in an elementary program, and from the afternoon 12 to 6 in a middle school program, but all day on Friday. And that's a typical schedule. So we're sharing the direct activities for young people, and then administratively we're taking on different roles. Of course, DOE is housing the buildings. All summer rising programs are going to take in place in DOE buildings. There's food, there's security, there's transportation. DYCD providers are excited to be providing trips and exciting enrichment activities, everything from cultural arts, STEM, literacy, social emotional learning. So just broadly speaking, that's kind of the differentiation between DOE and DYCD. I'll just add, like, our goal is to work like as cohesively as possible as we're and we have a lot of plans this spring to make sure that we're communicating together, we're meeting regularly almost every day, and that we're going to make that experience on the ground also cohesive. So working on professional development and learning opportunities between, let's say, principals and the site directors for the community-based organizations.
Does DOE anticipate challenges in getting enough teachers to sign up for the program?
I'm not aware of any concerns on DOE's part. As I mentioned, we're in very close conversation, and I haven't heard any concerns at all on their part about hiring enough teachers.
Okay. How many slots are planned to be provided through federal funds this year versus city funds? I say that since the 176 million in DOE is just for fiscal 23, how will this impact the program in the out years?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that question. Certainly not with respect to the DOE budget. I think, and I'll, if my colleague Navita Bailey or Jadine Fanar could be unmuted, my understanding is it's entirely CTL for summer rising this summer. That there won't be any federal funding on the DYCD part. I don't think we can speak to the DOE part.
Everyone should be able to unmute themselves now, so assistant commissioners, feel free to jump in.
Susan, that's correct. It's 100% CTL.
Could you just explain what that is?
City tax levy, city
Okay.
funds.
So it won't, you're saying the 176 million in DOE is just for FY23, and you're saying it won't have an impact on the out years.
So we're not speaking to Department of Education funding. We're dealing with the 101 million that you mentioned that DYCD received. The 110 is a 100% CTL funded.
So staying on that federal funding question, line of questioning, the FY22 budget included about $57 million in federal revenue to support 5,000 additional SYEP slots for CUNY students and the Learning Labs, Summarizing, Summer Sonic programs. Federal funding is not included in the budget to support the programs for FY23. Does the FY23 budget include city funding to support the CUNY jobs, the Summer Sonic, and the Learning Labs?
Good morning, Chair Brannon. So DYCD, just for clarity, Learning Labs is a one-year initiative. And so moving forward, that initiative will not continue to be funded. We are continuing to go back to our regular program regarding after school. And so that was just a program that was initiated in response to the pandemic. Regarding the CUNY funding, that funding will continue to be funded with city tax funding. And Sonic Summer was an initiative of the former administration, and this summer we are going to be doing Summarizing.
So Learning Labs and Summer Sonic will not be continuing?
Correct.
Okay. Are we making news here, or do we know that already?
Where summer program is continuing, we have had a record number of slots available this summer, and that is Summarizing. And so while Sonic Summer was funding that was provided every summer.
Okay, all right. But no, you gonna help me?
Excuse me, sorry. So while funding for summer this year is record, it is for Summarizing. It's not for Sonic Summer.
Are there a significant number of contracts or programs in DYCD that we anticipate could be impacted by the state budget?
No, sir.
No. Okay. All right. I want to keep moving so I can let our co-chair jump in. On the runaway and homeless youth beds, the council called upon the administration to invest $6 million to fund an additional 120 shelter beds in the budget response. Can you give us an idea of why that funding was not added?
So Chair Brandon, DYC values all funding for all of our programs. Again, funding is based on what OMB makes available. And so at this point in the exec budget, that funding was not made available. And so DYC can only do programming based on funds that are available.
I mean, does DYCD agree with the council's budget ask that we need more runaway and homeless youth beds?
Chair Brandon, DYC always values the service for our young people, but I'm going to defer that question to our Deputy Commissioner Haskell, who manages the RHY portfolio.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, the last several years have been a period of tremendous growth for runaway and homeless youth services, everything from funding to support mental health needs, improving LGBTQ access to services, 24-hour drop-in center in every borough, tripling the number of beds that are available. At this time, I think we'd love to talk to you in more detail. We see an adequate number of beds for the 16 to 20-year-olds. That's been traditionally the age of runaway and homeless youth.
How many beds? Tell me, I'm sorry, Susan. How many beds do we currently have?
813 in total, and that includes 60 beds for homeless young adults who are 21 to 24-year-olds. That's a new eligibility per a state law that took effect, and in 2018 we added those 60 beds, so 813 in total.
And I mean, does DYCD agree that there's a need for more beds?
I think we've been assessing this question very closely as we've expanded, because it was a tremendous investment of the administration. And we've issued a report every 6 months to council talking about instances where a young person tried to access a youth bed and was unable to due to capacity. So I think like our utilization on, like I said, the 16 to 20-year-olds allows room. And, you know, we welcome anyone who has a young person need, please bring it to our attention. We have beds available. For the 21 to 24-year-old population, as I mentioned, that's a newer investment. Those 60 beds, there tend to be statistically more, the older a person, you know, the older age we're talking about, the more homeless people in that bracket. So we have seen that those beds are more highly utilized, and there are fewer of them.
Okay. Saturday Night Lights. The council urged the administration to further this investment with an additional funding of $5 million annually to support the program and the budget response. Council was disappointed to see that it wasn't added. Do you not believe that this is a vital program that needs more money? Who wants to take that one?
Chair Brandon, good morning. So we do believe that Saturday Night Lights programs is a very important program across the city. Right now, we are in discussions on the potential SNL expansion. We are also taking Chair Stevens' recommendation at the last hearing on how do we open that process up to get additional stakeholder feedback in regards to site locations. If it's decided to expand SNL, we are going to reach out to everyone to discuss the process and the next steps.
Okay. I'll ask one more, and then I want to hand it over to Chair Stevens. The council, in our budget response, the council called on the administration to continue to build on employment opportunities for our city's youth through an expansion of the year-round youth employment programs that matches the recent expansion of SYEP, which would make sense. These additional funds were not added in the budget for Work, Learn, Grow, and Advance and Earn to more closely match SYEP spots. Can you tell us why that is? Why that was?
I'll start, and I'll hand this off to Deputy Commissioner Valerie Mulligan. For Work, Learn, Grow, the expansion last year was due to one-time stimulus federal money, and most of those jobs went towards recovery efforts. Again, it was a one-time federal stimulus, so it expires at the end of the fiscal year, and at this time, there are no plans to restore that money. But Deputy Commissioner Mulligan can speak to Advance and Earn and further details on Work, Learn, Grow.
Sure, thank you, Alan. So, first I want to say we're really thrilled to have baseline funding for 2,200 Work, Learn, Grow slots this year, and we're really excited that that can become a core part of our programming. Last year, we did have a one-time opportunity to expand the Work, Learn, Grow program by about 3,000 slots, and we thought that was very successful, and the providers were able to implement that quickly and with tremendous success. Right now, we don't have funding for that program, so we're focused on the funding we do have and making sure that we have the highest quality Work, Learn, Grow slots come this fall. In terms of Advance and Earn, we love that program. That's a program that launched in the middle of a pandemic, had to pivot really quickly. And so despite that, we've seen tremendous successes in that program, but that is a really hard program to recruit in. It's targeting opportunity youth. And so I would say any expansion of that program has to be done very carefully, very thoughtfully, and very gradually, so that we make sure we maintain the really high quality and high standards that we set out for that program, and don't grow it too quickly. So that, both of those programs can continue to succeed.
Okay. The budget only includes one new need for DYCD. It's a significant one for Summer Rising, but it's only one. What additional new needs did DYCD request from OMB?
So since between the preliminary budget and the exec budget, DYCD received close to $180 million in new funding to support summer youth employment expansion and summer rising, as well as I testified earlier, additional headcount that the agency requested to support the expansions of those programs. Those are the new needs that we received, that we were looking for, and we're happy with receiving all of that. There were no other new needs that the agency sought between those two plans.
All right, just because you mentioned headcount, the executive plan includes funding for 560 full-time positions, decreasing to 549 in FY23. What are the 11 roles that are being eliminated?
I have to see. I think we do have some of these heads are actually seasonal per diem ones, so they are brought on just for a short period of time to get a program started, so such as summer youth employment and summer rising. So I'm assuming that it probably has to do with the per diem heads that do drop off at some point during the year. But we did receive 43 full-time headcount during this plan.
So you're confident that the agency has enough staff to support all these programs we're discussing today?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I want to turn it over to Chair Stevens. I guess, I think what we're getting at here is speaking holistically and the role that DYCD plays, certainly as it relates to the mayor's blueprint to end gun violence, for public safety. If we're really doubling down on our investments in our youth holistically across the board, I think it's important we're firing on all cylinders here and making sure that DYCD is getting the money that they need from OMB for a lot of these programs. The council was disappointed because we're with you on this. We're with you on investing in our city's youth. But there were several areas where the council felt there should be increased investments made, and they were not made. So there's sort of a bit of a dissonance here between really doubling down on investing in our youth, but not actually doubling down on paper in the investments that we're making. So hopefully we'll dig into that a little bit more in our hearing today. So I want to hand it over now to Chair Stevens for her line of questioning. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair Brenner. And I wouldn't agree with you more. I think that we have to invest in our young people. And so I'm going to jump right into it because we do have limited time. And so I'm going to start with Work, Learn, Grow. So the council also emphasized the budget response that Work, Learn, Grow should be ultimately funded to support approximately 30% of SYP participants. What steps is the administration taking to make this happen? I mean, anyone. I know.
Sure, I'll jump in. So, I obviously not my role to speak to the budget. That's certainly a question for OMB, and happy to, looking forward to the outcome of budget negotiations. On our end, from a program perspective, we are always looking at our programs, brainstorming models, bringing our partners together, in terms of our career ready Work, Learn, Grow model, focusing on our partnership with CUNY and DOE to make the program as high quality as possible. And then also, of course, as you know, Chair Stevens, working really closely with our providers to be assessing their capacity to prepare them for whatever funding we do have so that they are ready to go and have high quality programming once we get a final word on our budget.
Yeah, and I know it's not your job to speak on it, but I think it is DYC's job to advocate for it. Like, I think there's a big difference. And so I think it's important as an agency that if you guys are not the ones sounding the alarms about this is what we need, it seems like a disconnect. So I think that that's also important as well. My next question is about Advance and Earn. In the budget response, the council called for an additional funding of $13.9 million for Advance and Earn to assist approximately 1,000 disconnected young adults who currently not working nor in school. Why was that not funding included in the budget?
So again, I can't speak to decisions made by our budget team, but I will say that from my viewpoint, Advance and Earn is an amazing program. Again, like I said before, it launched in the middle of a pandemic, and despite that, we've seen tremendous gains. We're in the middle of our 5th cohort right now and gearing up for our 6th cohort. We've served over 2,300 youth in the program to date. So, I do want to say that this program, this population is very hard to engage with. It takes a lot of work. It's a high lift program, a very comprehensive program. And so any scaling of this program should be done deliberately with a lot of thought, and in a sort of a gradual way, so that we can make sure that as we invest resources into this program, every slot meets that high quality standard that we really want out of Advance and Earn.
But will then the administration go back to OMB and saying that we do need these investments? Because I think that it's important. Like you said, it is a high need population and a hard population to go to. So that would mean that we should be fighting to make sure that we're getting adequate support and funding so that we can reach out to those young people.
So Chair Stevens, I'm going to jump in and I mirror what Valerie says. When we respond in this way, we definitely, DYCD is in continuous conversations with OMB. And decisions like this are at the discretion of the OMB, the mayor, City Hall, and there isn't a finite amount of funding that's available. So we definitely, as an agency, is continuously advocating for programming for our youth. That's 100% a fact.
Okay, but I think it's important, and I'm going to keep pushing because that's my job, and I'm here for young people.
Understood.
In the budget response, council emphasized that the administration should be closely tracking the success of post-SYEP hiring of participant by companies. So can you, so we can monitor the progress and know how the additional efforts are needed? So are we monitoring this, and can you talk a little bit about what that looks like?
Sure. So DYCD is always actively monitoring and evaluating our programs. And this year, especially, this administration has really charged us to think very hard about our key performance indicators and our evaluation process. And so our evaluation team is not represented here, but we have been meeting with them regularly to make sure that we have really thorough evaluation plans for this summer. That includes participant surveys, deep dives with providers, and engaging with employers who participate in their program so that we can really assess their experience in the program as well. So that work is underway. We're really excited about it. And I think you'll see, we're really happy to share some of the outcomes with you after the summer when we're able to collect all of the feedback from participants and let you know how it goes.
Thank you. How many jobs currently are secure for summer SYP programming? And do you have a breakdown of private versus government?
I want to turn that over to my Associate Commissioner, Daphne Montanez, who's been leading masterfully our employer engagement work.
Yes, thank you, Valerie. So currently, we are engaged in close partnership with the Deputy Mayor Wright's office and the Mayor's Office of Youth Employment on a comprehensive employer engagement campaign, really focused on a number of industries, looking at the private sector, both large corporate companies, small businesses, nonprofits, and of course, our city agencies. Our worksite application is still open, and the deadline for that is early June. And I'm happy to report that as of today, we are far outpacing the numbers of worksite applications than we were in 2021. So we're feeling good, and there's still a long way to go. But we're very pleased about some of the efforts that we've done from a centralized perspective, particularly around city agency perspective. The mayor has put out a call to every city agency and mayoral office to take part in SYEP. And as of today, we have 66 city agencies that have pledged nearly 5,000 opportunities for our young people. In comparison, last year, we had just about 1,800 placements. So we are breaking records there, and we're thrilled about that. And of course, I would be remiss without thanking you, Chair Stevens, for your tremendous support in supporting work sites and engagement by the council. And to date, I'm happy to report that we've received pledges from 22 council members for 66 placements this summer. And we look forward to continuing that work with each and every one of your offices.
Thank you. But do you have a number breakdown of government versus private sectors?
So those numbers are still moving because we're still in the midst of recruitment. I can tell you that for the most part, we're tracking around the same numbers percentage-wise between private and public sector numbers. Last year, we had about 43% in the private sector, and we're tracking close to that number. But again, it's a moving number. We still have almost a month to go, and we'll be sure to keep the council in the loop as we collect all the final worksite placements.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge that Deputy Speaker Ayala has joined us. So I have a couple more questions. How many providers have taken advantage of the advanced funds for their contracts for assisting growing staff and other needs for the summer expansion? And how much has been advanced and how much has been loaned, if any, for providers awaiting registered contracts?
Good morning, Chair Stevens. Thank you so much for your question. DYC values our providers and ensures that we do everything we can to help with cash flow. In response to the delayed registration, in addition to the 25% of advance afforded to all contracts, DYC provided an additional 106 advances to 23 providers serving 80 sites at a total value of $12 million. Additionally, for providers who were unable to obtain additional advances due to limited funds, in collaboration with MOX, DYC was able to secure an additional 67 loans to 32 providers at a total value of 8.4. So in total for this year thus far, DYC has provided an additional $20 million to the sector to provide aid regarding cash flow.
Has there been a specific recruitment effort around anti-gun violence? And are there any plans to increase cure violence funding through SYEP?
Chair Stevens, I'm going to defer that question to Deputy Commissioner Mulligan.
Sure, thank you, Navita. So yes, through SYEP, we have 300 slots that are specifically dedicated to our cure violence providers. We work in really close partnership with MOCJ and those providers. They have a huge charge. They also are small organizations with some capacity challenges. So we're constantly, again, working with MOCJ to assess their capacity and give them the resources that they need to do as much as possible. I also want to highlight that we have made a lot of moves this year in particular to make sure that we're continuing to target specific communities. The one that I'd like to highlight is that we're increasing the number of targeted NYCHA slots, as well as prioritizing young people who are living in NYCHA developments through the lottery. So given sort of the capacity challenges that we know that the cure violence providers have, we're trying to do as much as we can with them, and also in addition to those programs to make sure that we're reaching this population.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to ask some questions about summarizing expansions. So there's a new need for 101.1 million baseline for fiscal 2023 to 2026 for summarizing expansion. With this expansion, what is the total budget for summarizing for each of the fiscal years, fiscal 2022 to 2026?
Hi, Chair Stevens. So there's a total investment of $160.1 million that goes from fiscal year 23 through fiscal year 26.
Okay.
For summarizing.
Yes. What will now be the total number of slots each fiscal year?
It will still hover in the 110,000.
And will those expansion have any new programming?
I'm going to defer to Susan Haskell on that.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. when you say new programming, we're definitely expanding more seats than we've ever had before. So that's additional programming for young people. And we are looking very much into partnerships in different enrichment organizations and curriculum. I'm not sure when you say, can you ask a little bit more about what you mean with new?
Well, I think you just explained it. Like there's going to be new programs and expansions and things like that, but we were trying to get around that.
Definitely, yeah.
And so thinking about this, I'm hearing from a lot of providers that with the expansion, we are expanding Summer Rising, but that we are not expanding in like community centers, and that there's a number of community centers that are not being funded over the summer. Can you talk about that?
Well, our baseline funding for community-based programs is, still very much intact. That includes our NYCCC, Cornerstone community centers, and other community centers funded through Compass programming. And families who are interested in that can go to Discover DYCD and search summer camp to look for seats that are not Summer Rising. Summer Rising is like a term we're using strictly for DOE school-based programs that are the partnership. So we still have a baseline commitment in community centers, but the increase and the focus this summer in terms of expansion is on DOE school-based summer programming.
So I know they're going to include it in the expansion, but I'm hearing that there are some community centers that will be closed because they were funded under Sonic. So there will be programs that will be closing because they're not getting funding this summer, correct?
No, I think, but I know what you're talking about, and I think my colleague Navita alluded this to some degree. In the baseline commitments are 100% still with us. The previous administration, from year to year, funded some summer middle school seats that we are by far exceeding in our DOE school-based investment this summer. So in other words, we're funding way more middle school seats this summer than we have in the past. But there are some community centers, like year to year, the allocation changed, and the whole funding allocation would change, and the recipients of those allocations would vary in terms of the number of seats. So that was year to year. It wasn't baselined. We haven't increased center-based middle school funding since 2019 in community centers because the commitment, well, 2020 was the pandemic, and then the last 2 years have been focused on Summer Rising DOE school-based programming.
Okay, interesting. With Summer Rising slides being baseline in the plan, the council raises the idea of pay parity across summer programs such as Beacons, Cornerstone, and Compass in Summer Rising. Does DYCD have an estimate of how much would be required to bring those contracts in line with one another?
Good morning, Chair Stevens. So we understand your concern and your question. And unfortunately, the funding regarding new initiatives is typically done during the RFP process. And so when we move forward regarding salaries and things of that nature, we'll do that during the RFP process. Additionally, DYCD does not set the salaries for providers. We provide the funding, and then providers determine the salary for their staff.
Yeah, I know, but if their contract is lower and they have a lower price point, there's no way for them to increase it because then they're not able to do it. So I know you don't set the salary, but you do set the price per participant, which sets how much they can actually pay. So I just wanted to clarify that as well. So just to talk about a little bit about fiscal 2023 executive plan includes 25 additional headcounts for summer youth program staff starting in fiscal 22. What is the role of those additional staff?
I can start with that. Since this was a headcount unit that we asked for, so most of the headcount that's going to summer youth employment are what we call program managers. So they are the ones that are managing the contracts. They're moving on the budgets, contracting, and reviewing the work sites, as well as monitoring how each of the contractors are doing in terms of recruitment of work sites and participants.
What is the total budget for the adult literacy program and how many participants?
Sorry, give us a sec. I'm grabbing those numbers. I don't have them all in my head right now. I'm gonna get that for you right now. Bailey, are you able to find your sheet?
Sorry, Chair Stevens, can you repeat the question?
The question is, what is the total budget for the adult literacy program and how many participants?
Oh, sure, I can answer that question for you. My apologies. So for FY23, the adult literacy program is $6.4 million, anticipating to serve 7,503 participants.
In the preliminary budget hearing, you mentioned a cut to the funding of the pilot program. Has there been an evaluation of the pilot program?
No, ma'am, because the pilot program is still underway. The pilot program began in January and will be ending in June. However, a vendor has been identified on PSA, and so once the pilot is completed, we'll move forward with evaluation.
Wait, I'm sorry. Could you say that again? So you're going to evaluate after the program is completed?
Yes, so it's ongoing, but you cannot complete an evaluation until the entire pilot has been completed. And so we've identified a vendor there, beginning the process, but to complete the entire evaluation of the initiative, you have to ensure that the pilot is completed. And so the pilot will be completed at the end of June. And then at that point, the evaluation will continue.
Thank you. Fiscal 2023 executive budget plan includes a decrease of $13.7 million in the fiscal 2023 for SYP funding adjustment. What is the reason for this adjustment and how it will impact programming?
Sure, so I'm going to start with that one. The 13.7 million is funding that has gone out to the 10,000 slots that's designated for other agencies that include DOE, CUNY, HRA, DOP, ACS, and MOCJ. So those series of funding that were removed were transferred to those agencies directly.
The executive budget includes an increase of $0.9 million in fiscal 2023 for the Mayor's Office of Economic Opportunity Funding. What initiatives and programs will this additional funding be used for?
Good morning, Chair Stevens. That funding will be used primarily for the Advance and Earn program.
So that money is for the Advance and Learn program that we talked about earlier. Okay.
Yes.
So the agency has a significant amount of contract with human service providers that rely on programming. The workers for this nonprofit has not had cost of living adjustment for 2 years, and executive budget does not include one. We have heard from the many nonprofits about staff vacancies trying to retain staff who've been essential during the pandemic while at the same time being comprehensive fairly for their work. Why does the agency budget not include a 5.4% COLA for contract for human service workers that depend on those programs?
So COLA is managed centrally by the city and not the city agencies. But of course, if funding becomes available, DYCD is always willing to implement. It's just something that's not within our specific purview.
In the council's budget response, we asked for an increased number of runaway youth homeless beds. The council calls upon the administration to invest $6 million in the 120 additional runaway youths. Do you believe that this still needs to exist? I think Brandon asked this question already, so I apologize if he did.
That's right, Chair. I think we mentioned a little bit about that and the different breakout of beds we have for 16 to 20 and 21 to 24-year-olds. As Alan mentioned when he read his testimony, there's also, in addition to the many investments we've had over the past few years, there's been recently a federal investment that's giving us the opportunity to work really closely with stakeholders in runaway homeless youth and ask them, young people with lived experience, community-based organizations running these programs, city government stakeholders, what is needed in this population? And we're working on a community plan that I think is due this month to look at where the needs are. And so we're in the middle of that process right now.
Okay. So we understand that there's a current temporary funding housing specialist in the DYC funded drop-in centers. At the March preliminary budget hearing, DYC testified that they were working with OMB to maintain funding for those positions. Has this happened? Does DYCD have the confirmation that the funding for those positions will continue?
Good morning, Chair Stevens. Yes, we have gotten confirmation from OMB that the funding will continue in the next fiscal year.
And so those positions will be filled?
Correct.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for now. So I will turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Stevens. We will now call on council members in the order that they have used the Zoom raise hand function. We'll be limiting councilmember questions and answers to 5 minutes. So please listen for the cue from the sergeants. We're first going to turn to Councilmember Barron.
Thank you very much. You know, my two chairs, I want to thank you all for this hearing, and you asked the micro questions, and most of the micro questions, some can be answered, some can't be answered. But the macro questions, this group assembled here has no real control over. And this is a woefully pathetic investment in our youth, especially in light of the fact that crime is going through the roof. They needed to do a needs assessment with every program that they mentioned, not just saying we have a record amount of money. I want to caution my colleagues not to fall for records spending. I was up in the state assembly every year. The governor Cuomo said we spending a record amount of money on education. Yeah, it's going to be a record every year because everything's going up. The budget's a record budget, $100 billion. So having a record amount of money spent doesn't mean that you're meeting the need. We're in a state of emergency with our youth. And this response is really shameful. And not on any of you sitting here, because you don't determine that. This is on the mayor, who can have $11 billion for his police with the 50,000 head count of police, knowing that if this agency here doesn't supply our youth with what they need, they're going to jail because they're going to be in the streets. So when you have 100,000 summer youth employment slots, I'm not impressed when 160,000 youth need them and maybe more. Some youth don't even apply no more because they say they never get it every time they apply. This number could be up to a 200 to 250,000 need. When you're talking about the advance and earn programming, the amount of money for that, or you're youth unable to access beds because they're filled to capacity and you're not pushing that forward, 300 slots for cure of violence, and you're saying, yeah, but they don't have the capacity. We hear that crap all the time. We're in a state of emergency, and this is a woeful, inadequate fiscal response to our youth who are in this state of emergency with a $99.7 billion budget, and we don't have a greater investment to take care of those youth who may not have a job or go to school. Thousands of them are in that category, and we don't meet that need. So I'm urging the council members, you've heard it here, and go ahead and explore the micro. But when we get to that table, we got to tell this mayor that if he can invest $11 billion in his police, then we got to do much better for our youth in terms of the year-round employment. They were not funded in the budget to the level that we needed. Year-round youth employment. This over the summer, they finished in August. What about the rest of the year? That's a woeful, inadequate response with a $100 billion budget. So my colleagues, we got to really get to work on the mayor. The folk here are dealing with the hand that they dealt. They don't determine the budget. Each one of them respond, well, I don't do with the budget. That's OMB, that's the mayor, that's the city council. They just got to deal with what the hand delivers to them. So I'm calling on us to save our youth. This doesn't do it. We got to save our youth and put far more into youth services than this here, or else they're going to be filling the jails. No amount of police is going to stop crime. As you can see, from January to now, crime is going through the roof with the street crime unit that he changed to the neighborhood safety team. Same old racist street crime unit that Giuliani had. It is not going to solve the problem. It can be solved right here. And when some of that federal money ends, we're in even more trouble because it's woefully and inadequately funded when it comes to saving our youth. So I just wanted to share that with you. Continue to go ahead with the micro discussion, but unless we really say to the mayor, say to the speaker, council got to say, no, to inadequately funding our youth. No to overly funding the police, $78 million more for the police for overtime. $513 million the police get overtime. That's a third of the $1.4 billion in overtime that all the city agencies spend. Overtime, putting our youth in jail. And if we don't stop it here, we're in big trouble. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Not seeing Councilmember Hanifan, we will turn to Councilmember Lewis.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairs Brennan and Stevens, for this hearing and your advocacy for our youth. Thank you to the DYCD representatives here today. Saturday Night Lights was highlighted earlier, but I'm still compelled to ask a question about Saturday Night Lights. It's a program I fought really hard for and constantly nag DYCD about. Sorry, Daryl, for all those emails. But I just want to ensure that this program is running effectively. And while the administration has not included the $5 million expansion for FY23 that we asked for, I just have a quick question. With a $5 million expansion, how many more programs can we get for Saturday Night Lights? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis, and not a nag at all. And I thank you for your advocacy to ensure that there was a Saturday Night Lights program at Nostrum Park. As I mentioned earlier, we are currently in discussions on what a potential Saturday Night Lights expansion looks like. To answer your question, the budget for 100 sites is actually $5 million. But again, that hasn't been decided yet. And if we do decide to expand, we're going to be in contact with everyone on what that process and that timeline looks like.
I wanted to know, and as Councilmember Barron mentioned earlier, we know that you all on here are not the end all be all to this, but I wanted to know if there was any advocacy that you all can provide and support us with, because this is a program that's very important to us. And what else do we need to do on our end to advocate for this program?
I mean, I follow many of your social media presences and what you all do by highlighting the programs. I think that does twofold. One, it supports the staff morale, and it also highlights the work that's happening through our nonprofit providers throughout the city. So I would absolutely always say to continue that approach.
So we'll definitely take it up a hike and advocating, but I do want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues earlier. Expanding programs like Saturday Night Lights will keep our youth off the street and keep them active and constructive. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Chair Stevens and Brennan.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. And next on the list was Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. Just picking up on the notion of what the mayor has issued in terms of figuring out how to deal with safety and making sure young people have an opportunity. I did ask Independent Budget Office to look at what it would cost to have Cornerstone open later, almost 24 hours a day, and certainly during the weekends and all year long, and at every single development. So I guess my question, I know it's not in the City Council's recommendations, but how are you thinking about dealing with the older young people who need such support? Summer Rising is phenomenal. Excellent last year. I'm sure it'll be great this year. Summer Youth Employment Program is a great program. But we still have a whole bunch of other young people who are not being addressed. In Chicago, and I think in a couple of places in Brooklyn, there are programs now that are paying young people to participate. And I think that's the way to go. But what are we doing for NYCC? Because I think each Cornerstone is now operating around 2,946 hours per year, but it is not a full 7-hour day every single day, and it's certainly not every single weekend. So my question is, are you thinking about these issues? Do you have any programs that would address the concerns that I think we're all trying to address, in addition to the good programs that you're working? But to me, my understanding is if you were to look at all the NYCC developments, and we love NYCC, but they need help. Many of them are not open on the weekends, certainly not many of them in Manhattan as I know it. And they're not if you make all these settlement houses, community centers that are not cornerstones, would that help us to address the need for more year-round, evening, weekend support? Because they're not open. And so why do you expect young people to have something to do if it's not right there in the community? Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer, from the last hearing we had on community centers, I just want to update you that we do have a meeting scheduled with NYCCC for this Thursday to talk about some of the other available community centers that we've been speaking about for some time now. In addition to that, you know, what we do with young adults and what we offer them is something that we've been speaking about. You know, Cornerstone programs during the summer are open 7 days a week until 11 p.m. Throughout the school year, they're open till 10 p.m. On Saturdays, 9 to 5 or 1 to 9, depending on whether or not they have a Saturday Night Lights program. We also have the Beacon Footprint, as you well know, that is also open during the school year to 9 or 10 p.m. So we are talking about it and looking at ways to innovate. And then again, that meeting with NYCCC is happening this Thursday to talk about some of the other community centers and the feasibility of adding services to them.
You might add Cornerstone to those programs that don't have Cornerstone, because that's the only way I think they're going to be open at the hours you just described. I can tell you so many of them are not. So, and to me, NYCCC needs help a whole lot, and I'm glad you're meeting with them, but I hope that there's more money to be allocated also to pay people to participate. Are you thinking about that also?
We haven't, in my discussions, taken into account paying folks to participate, but that is certainly something I can bring back to the discussions.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, chairs. I hope this gets really seriously discussed, because I promise you, this is where we need to focus attention. Thank you.
This is Chair Brandon. I just wanted to jump in. Associate Commissioner, how many Saturday Night Light sites are there citywide?
So we have 106 citywide, in which there are 6 funded and coordinated by the Parks Department. So they're a partner in this as well. So 100 that the city funds with the $5 million administrated through DYCD, and then another 6 that Parks is actually doing in addition to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Deputy Speaker Ayala.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. So I'll ask my questions, but I'm concerned about the Summer Sonic program. I was hoping that you could kind of, because I see here that Summer Rising is replacing, I've heard in the testimony, the Summer Rising is going to be replacing Summer Sonic. But yet on the website, I believe that there's still slots available for grades 6 to 8, which is what we intended, right, as part of Summer Sonic, was to really engage the middle schoolers so that they didn't have, you know, too much idle time. So I'm wondering if anyone is paying attention to the number of young people that are enrolling in those grades, because that was really the intent of the program. I mean, obviously, I'm going to take everything that, you know, that's offered, because families need places to send their children. But when Councilmember Rose, and she fought for this program for many, many summers, and I know that because I sat with her as she did that, the intention was always, because we understood that, you know, middle schoolers they're very vulnerable. So I would love to know what the status of that is, and the rationale behind eliminating one for the other.
I'll jump in here, and if my colleagues want to add. I think when, you know, if you're looking at it, you know, at a funding stream, that's one thing, but from a practical, you know, options for young people. I mean, the goal is to get middle school students engaged in the summer, and this administration has, again, the number of middle school seats we're investing across the city through Summer Rising and through our baseline center-based programs is more than we've had before for middle school students. So yes, please, if you're a parent or you have a middle school student 6 to 8 who you love, send them right now. Go to nyc.gov/summerrising. it's not, nothing went away. We have a lot of seats for middle school students. I just want to add one more thing. In previous, the previous model for middle school students was about 108 hours. We've doubled that this summer. We have doubled the number of hours that a middle school is going to get just through the DYCD contract. So now they get a full day, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. experience for 6 weeks in the summer. Our investment in middle school is definitely huge this summer.
But I want to just, because I have boys at home, and I've had 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and there's no way that I am going to convince my sons to go to school for the summer and do educational stuff. They're looking to have fun. They're looking to enjoy their time off, and the Summer Rising program is more educational, in nature. So if you're still asking, the enrollment is still open, what I'm trying to gauge is, are the numbers comparable to the numbers that we were seeing in the Summer Rising program in Summer Sonic that we're now seeing in Summer Rising? Because I'm just trying to make sure that we're not leaving kids behind. Yeah, we can increase the number of slots, but if the kids are not enrolling because they don't want to be in the school setting, or they don't like, all of the educational stuff, then that's to me is concerning and is a waste of resources.
Yeah, good question. We can monitor that and get back to you. As you'll remember through your advocacy, lots of times those summer seats were added at the very end of June. And this is an initiative we started earlier than ever before. These seats are still out and available. So we can get back to you on what the ultimate picture looks like on enrollment. But in terms of opportunity, I do want to demystify that this is an academic only program. It's a full day of enrichment. There's going to be fun. There's going to be like physical activity, trips. I don't know what the young person is into, STEM activities, literacy. I want to demystify it as like a full day of summer school. Part of the reasons we're partnered with our community-based organizations is they know how to engage middle school students and elementary students. Please sign up.
So you would be able, when does the enrollment end?
I don't know exactly when the portal is open right now. Will not be available anymore, but it's certainly open right now for sign up.
Okay, but once it closes, you have a better idea of how many kids signed up as compared to the number of kids.
That's right. That's right.
Last year. So that's the number that I'm looking for. And then secondly, in regards to the Cornerstone programs, let me tell you, I love the concept of the Cornerstone programs, but I don't like the way that the Cornerstone programs are run. And I'll tell you why, because the age range is between 5 and 21. There's a huge difference between the interest and the level of service that kids between the age of 5 to young adults that are age 21 need. And I walk into most of my sites and they are, just sites that you can go and hang out. There may be a couple of activities, but there's no pipeline to anything, happening at these sites. And, one of my pet peeves has always been that we offer no wraparound services at these sites. And, when we're talking about gun violence, reducing gun violence, we know, right, that we need wraparound services. We need a social worker on site. We may need
time's expired
on site. We may get, just 1 second. We may also need an employment specialist on site. And it doesn't, that's not part of the curriculum that I'm seeing. So I'm just kind of gauging, is that because it's not budgeted? Is it because we don't have, that's not the intent of the program? How do we ensure that those young people that we're trying to, to attract into these settings are staying, and that we're, allowing them to gain some valuable skill sets?
Deputy Speaker Ayala, that is something that we ask providers to do locally, so that they do make those connections with other resources that can benefit the young adults and young people and families that they serve at the Cornerstones. You're right, we don't have a specific budget line for items like a social worker or outreach worker, but that is absolutely something that we can take back to the discussions.
Darryl, but I don't want you to take it back, Darryl, because we've had this conversation like every summer, and quite frankly, that should be part of the terms and conditions for these contracts. There's no way that you're going to be providing the same service to a 5-year-old than to a 21-year-old. And if I'm advocating for Cornerstone programs, I'm primarily doing it from the lens of the young people that are engaged already in gun violence, right? So I want to know that I'm attracting that age range in, and that once they're in my possession, they're in my sight, that I'm offering them the tools, right, that they need, the resources that they need to be successful. And I'm not seeing that. I've never seen it. And I think it's a waste of an investment and a missed opportunity. So I would welcome, working with DYCD, but I think that the way that we currently run Cornerstones needs to change dramatically if we're really going to make an impact. Thank you so much for allowing me the extra time, Chair.
You're welcome. I just have a really quick question because I know that we just mentioned that the middle school program is extended hours to 6. Who requested that and how did you get that information around like extending these hours for middle school students?
That was a dialogue between City Hall and DYCD and DOE and our community-based organizations. It was definitely, a dialogue about hearing from families and for CBOs saying, hey, Friday's a really—
How did you hear about it from families?
Through our community-based organization saying, a young person in the 7th grade, like Friday's a great day to engage a young person. We funded Friday activities on our own, but we weren't able to do what we wanted to do because, the city wasn't funding a full week, as an example.
I mean, I asked that because it's just interesting because I know we don't do parent surveys or student or participant surveys. And so the dialogue sounds like it came from adults. So I just wanted to ask that because I think it's important to highlight where that information came from. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final questions will come from Councilmember Osei, Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Aviles. We'll turn to Councilmember Osei first.
Time will begin.
You can unmute yourself, Councilmember. There you go.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair Stevens and Chair Brennan, for hosting this engaging hearing, as well as the administration for answering these questions. I just have a couple of points that I want to bring up and hope to hear answers of. And, the first question that I have, and maybe this was touched upon, but it's something that is very specific to my constituency, but how much is DYCD allocating to programs and resources for foster youth, especially with connecting youth to academic support and professional development, as well as housing?
I'll just start thinking about the programs in that I'm working with, summarizing as an example. We'll be working with ACS to track the number of young students to get access to that. Having been part of the foster care task force, we've been paying close attention to ways we can support outreach to foster care agencies and make sure for DYCD funded programs that they are aware of the resources and that we have ways to connect foster families to know about the resources available to young people. So we'll continue to do that and open to ideas how we can improve that outreach and continue to monitor. Also runaway and homeless youth programs. There's a segment who access our drop-in centers and maybe ultimately end up, needing shelter. And again, we work really closely with ACS if we have a situation like that with young people to make sure that the young person is getting the service they need, whether through us, whether through ACS. Yeah.
And just adding, sorry, Councilmember, just adding that we do have 15 beacon programs that are funded through ACS to provide foster care prevention services within those neighborhoods.
And do you think those 15 programs are enough given the amount of our youth that are in foster care?
I mean, we work closely with ACS on the number and the locations. Is it enough? I couldn't say right now on the analysis, but it's something that we could speak with ACS about and get back to you on what their data is showing.
Okay, thank you. And moving on, last year, more than 75 art and cultural organizations partnered with 199 schools during the New York City Department of Education Summer Rising program via the pop-up murals and performance project. Some of New York City's most talented and inspiring teaching artists engaged students and school communities in beautiful outdoor mural installations and creative performances throughout all 5 boroughs. Knowing the administration's interest in building on the success centering arts and culture in Summer Rising, how will New York City's world-class arts and cultural organizations be leveraged this summer, especially with your budget that is being proposed by the mayor?
I really appreciate that question. I know there's a team of us at DOE and DYCD working with City Hall to really dig into cultural trips, connections with cultural organizations to supplement the activities that are going on. We also are meeting bi-weekly with the Summer Rising community-based organization, and this Wednesday's 11 a.m. convening is going to be focused entirely to introduce programs to free resources that they can bring in, whether it's National Academy of Sciences or mathematics activities, creative arts. So we really feel a sense of urgency to make sure that programs are connected to high quality enrichment activities to bring into programming.
Thank you for that answer. And the last question that I have is, last year, the quick turnaround time from program announcement to implementation created barriers for small organizations to participate. Only 6 were MWBE owned. How do you plan to expedite or be time sensitive to the needs of arts organizations who are ready to support, but in need of time to adequately staff and hire these world-class artists?
Well, I think that's a great question. I'm very interested to know of any organizations who would like to support Summer Rising. We've had some reach out to us directly. We've learned of some through Department of Education and other contacts, and we're putting them in touch with Summer Rising providers to see how they can support. We've heard from our community-based organizations that they need support to staff and to bring in activities into the programs, and so we're doing our very best to make those connections. I'm interested in any groups that you're aware of who would like to support the program. We will keep, like I said, funneling and introducing that to community-based organizations to see how we can use them directly to support Summer Rising this summer.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, and thank you, Associate Commissioner.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Williams, followed by Councilmember Aviles. Councilmember Williams.
The time will begin.
So as was mentioned, we know that DYCD has received, well, the city really has received money from the federal government. DYCD was allocated a portion of the money from the American Rescue Plan Act stimulus funds. And so as these funds set to expire, has DYCD thought of any strategies or plans to support programs as the funds expire?
So I will start by saying, yes, you're correct. We got almost 332 million through fiscal year 25. We have front loaded a lot of the programs to maximize revenue, city tax levy. In fiscal year 21, we spent 187 million of the funding that came in. And in fiscal year 22, we're slated to spend another 89.5 million. Like I told your colleagues before, my staff, specifically in the fiscal unit, are continuously in conversations with OMB and advocating and making them aware of any shortfalls. And I'm confident that before that cliff hits, hopefully there will be a lifeline.
Thank you. I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councilmember. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Aviles.
Oh, I can unmute myself. New development. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you to the chairs for this hearing, and thank you to the DYCD staff for presenting and fielding all these questions. I wanted to know if in any of the programming in terms of summer work opportunities that are paid have been allocated to undocumented students.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. I'll take that one. So I think I can speak on behalf of the administration that we totally agree that it's a goal of ours and of the mayor's to reach any young person in New York City with an opportunity through our workforce programs. This is something I can say we're actively trying to solve. And there's a lot of sensitivity around this issue. And so we need to be really deliberative and do things very carefully and in the right way. But yes, we are very seriously working on this in preparation for this summer. We have not solved it yet. but our partners in city government, law department, DOE are all at the table trying to find a way to reach any young person with an opportunity through one of our workforce programs.
So does that mean that we are at zero?
Right now, there are federal regulations that prevent us from enrolling a young person in the Summer Youth Employment Program in the way that it currently exists. However, that is why we are all working together to try to find an alternative model or solution that can provide services to any young person, regardless of their documentation status. But yes, right now we're at zero.
At zero. And so no other city levy monies can be allocated to serve this population. It is the only, you can only do it through federal workforce monies. Is there no flexible resources that can be allocated to this population for stipend work?
It's not about the funding or the source of the funding. It's about the ability to pay wages through a program. Any wage-based program requires a certain level of documentation and requires young people to submit an I-9. It's a federal regulation that's outside of our control. So it's not necessarily about where the funding comes from. It's about those requirements, and those requirements apply regardless of whether it's city tax levy funded or federally funded. And so that's where we are working on ways to come up with a flexible model that can have broader eligibility requirements.
So my understanding was DYCD ran a program that provided, I think it was stipended support to undocumented students. It was a different classification in the past. Am I misremembering that? Is that something the agency has never done before?
I do not believe that throughout DYCD's workforce programs, we've had a program that can target undocumented young people. Our younger youth program is stipended, but right now that program has the same sort of documentation requirements that our larger work-based program has. So again, this is where we're trying to find a way to very carefully and deliberately come up with a model that can reach young people regardless of documentation status. But no, I don't not think that we have, at least through DYCD, done a program of that sort before.
Okay, I'm going to have to investigate that further. Honestly, I'm flabbergasted that we have not figured out as the city of New York how to support undocumented children. I'm kind of left without words, honestly. I have actually forgotten all my other questions. I find this wholly upsetting. I yield my time.
Thank you, Councilmember Aviles. Chairs Brannon and Stevens, that concludes Councilmember questions and this portion of the day focused on the Department of Youth and Community Development.
Thank you, Council. Chairwoman Stevens, do you have any closing remarks you would like to make?
No, I just want to echo some of the sentiments that my colleagues have already brought up around, like, that's us not having a system for undocumented workers, us not really looking at all of our community centers and understanding that summer programming is essential, but how are we looking at our kids all year round? All these things are things that we need to be in this fight together. I know how hard everyone at DYCD works together, but like, we are partners in this. And so our advocacy together is so much stronger. And so just the last thing too, I just wanted to mention that when we talk about community centers and school programming, those two programs attract very different young people. And I think both of them are just as important and both deserve investments. And we need to make sure that we continuously invest in our young people. So thank you, Chair Brenner, for doing this joint hearing with us, and we continue to fight for the funding for young people across the city.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll just echo that. I know we have a busy day, but when we talk about the holistic approach to ending violence and gun violence in our city, we have to be thinking about at-risk youth, and DYCD is at the ground floor of making sure our youth is engaged, is safe, is given activities, is giving things to do to stay out of trouble, and to make sure they have a fulfilling life as kids in this city. So the council wants to be partners with you, with DYCD. The investments that we called for, we believe in and will continue fighting for to expand and bolster and support a lot of these programs. And we look forward to continuing our negotiations to get this right. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Chair Brannon, stand by one moment while we switch over to DYCD. No, we just did DYCD to HPD. Sorry, everyone. And for the record, we just also want to say that we've been recognized by council members Mealy, Osei, Aviles, Brooks Powers, Ayala, Hudson, Dinowitz, Caban, Powers, and Rivera. But first, we're going to have the sergeants mic check HPD. And for those folks from HPD, just FYI, you are able to unmute yourselves.
All right, we're going to begin with our chair, Chair Sanchez. If you could please test your audio.
Testing.
You're loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carrion.
Hi, check 1, 2, 3.
Yes, we got you. Deputy Commissioner Santiago.
Check.
Loud and clear. Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Hendrickson.
Hendrickson won't be here today. Something came up.
No worries. Deputy Commissioner McLaughlin.
Check. Here.
Got you. Deputy Commissioner Tagani.
Check.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Johns, if you're with us. And acting Deputy Commissioner Darga.
Good afternoon.
Gotcha. And Executive Director Reynolds.
Good afternoon.
All right. I think I got everybody. If I missed anyone, feel free to chime in and test your audio. If not, Malcolm, we are ready to go.
Thank you. We've also been joined by Councilmember Feliz and Chair Brannon. I will turn it to you for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Council. Good morning again, everybody. We're now ready to begin our second executive budget hearing of the day, focused on the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. The department's projected fiscal 23 budget of $1.19 billion represents 1.2% of the city's overall proposed FY23 budget in the fiscal 23 executive plan. This is an increase of $142.8 million or 13.7% from the preliminary plan released earlier this year. The increase is the result of a number of actions taken, most significant of which are recognizing federal funding for housing assistance payments such as Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher and new needs, mainly for a moderate increase in staff for housing programs and agency operational capacity. Despite the increased funding added for certain programs, there are still some essential programs that did not receive additional support in the executive plan. Encompassing the scale of the crisis in housing, the council has called on the administration to double the city's overall commitment to its broad continuum of affordable housing development and preservation projects and programs by increasing the city's average capital commitments for HPD and NYCHA from $2 billion to $4 billion annually. The mayor's executive plan added $5 billion total over the entire 10-year capital budget for HPD and NYCHA. However, no new funding was added in a number of areas highlighted by the council in our budget response to the mayor's prelim, including supportive housing for justice-involved people and supportive housing for foster care youth aging out, two vulnerable populations that deserve the same robust budget response received by any other segments of our city. This council's commitment and my commitment as chair of the Finance Committee is to ensure that this council uses its power as a co-equal branch of government to ensure that not only is the budget balanced, but more importantly, that it is fair and equitable to all New Yorkers. Commissioner Carrion, it's good to see you. I want to thank you and your team for being here today. I look forward to hearing your testimony and diving deeper into HPD's budget. I want to remind my colleagues joining us today for this segment of the hearing that we still have a packed day of hearings. So we've got to adhere to time limits so we can hear from all the agencies we invited to appear before us today. I also want to just take a second to extend a moment of thanks to the entire Council Finance Division, especially Daniel Krupp and Chima Oberchair for their preparation for today's hearing. I'll now turn it over to, I think my co-chair, Council Member Perina Sanchez, Chair of the Committee on Housing and Building, so she can give her opening testimony.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon, and good afternoon, everyone. I am Perina Sanchez, Chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. And today we will, as you heard, be hosting the hearing on fiscal 2023's executive budget for the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, followed by the Department of Buildings. Thank you to Finance Chair Brannon for your leadership and partnership throughout this budget process and during these hearings. A reminder to those watching that members of the public are invited to testify on Wednesday, May 25th, and you may visit council.nyc.gov to learn more. Welcome back to Commissioner Carrion. Our work continues to increase the supply of affordable housing in New York City and address a historic housing crisis. I will request that the Commissioner keep your oral testimony to about 10 minutes so that we can move on to questions from council members. HPD's fiscal 2023 executive budget is $1.19 billion, an increase of $142.8 million or 13.7% from the preliminary budget. HPD serves as the city's fiscal conduit for NYCHA with $236 million in funding, leaving HPD's true budget at $954 million. I want to appreciate that HPD was not subject to the new pegs in fiscal year 2023 or in the out years, which we see as a recognition of the discussion we had in the preliminary budget hearing, raising serious concerns about the level of attrition at the department and the need for additional staff. Indeed, the administration has responded by adding 77 new staff positions, a reversal from the 28 eliminated positions in the preliminary budget. HPD's budgeted headcount rises to 2,698, although there remain hundreds of vacancies that needed to be filled immediately in order to accomplish the agency's core mission. We know that the administration intends to showcase its new housing plan for New York City very soon. And in many ways, this executive budget represents a transition between the past plans and the as of yet uncertain future. While I applaud the 14 new needs, they still only total $13.9 million in fiscal 2023, a modest adjustment in a billion-dollar agency. Additionally, one-time fiscal 2022 council discretionary funding remains missing for programs that prevent foreclosures, preserve affordable housing, and support community land trusts. The capital plan at HPD and NYCHA were a core part of the council's preliminary budget response. Capital commitments for these agencies rose to $1.6 billion across the first 5 years of the plan compared to the preliminary plan, and $5 billion, of course, over the full 10 years. It is good to see the much needed additional investment in this plan. However, there are real concerns that rising interest rates and building costs will mean the added funding does little to increase affordable housing supply overall, and that the funding is backloaded when we need it now. HPD has one of the highest commitment rates in the city, and so you have a high capability to start from in terms of expenditures. Critically, the investments continue to fall short of the council's call to radically reshape the city's dedication to increasing the supply of new, deeply, and I'm going to again emphasize deeply, affordable housing by doubling the total investment to $4 billion per year, with $2.5 billion of that amount for HPD and $1.5 billion for NYCHA. Effectively, the mayor has added about $500 million on average per year, but $1.5 billion more is needed. This council will continue to push on this. We will and we must build up our capacity to spend more in the city of New York and to do more, particularly for the lowest income New Yorkers. Whether housing the formerly homeless, seniors, low income, or those with serious mental illness, we know that housing is public safety and that we can't have housing without deeper investment by the city and this administration. Alongside capital funding and rental subsidies, we need additional expense funding to restore HPD's staffing levels to adequately expand the development project pipeline. That's the council's vision. And I eagerly await the administration's matching commitment so that we can partner to help answer the city's urgent housing question. Following HPD, we will then hear from DOB's new commissioner, former council member Eric Ulrich, and other senior leadership at DOB. The committees look forward to examining a few key components of the $230.6 million expense budget, along with details and progress related to construction safety and training compliance. The committee hopes to hear from DOB on its enforcement efforts related to recently enacted legislation and the implementation efforts around green buildings and energy efficiency measures related to the Climate Mobilization Act, in addition to other initiatives reflected in the fiscal 2023 executive budget. My questions will focus on the headcount at DOB and how it remains very far below other agencies, and we'll look forward to hearing the commissioner address these concerns. I would like to thank the committee staff who've helped prepare for this hearing, Daniel Krupp, Senior Financial Analyst, Chima Obuchere, Unit Head, Audrey Sun, my Senior Counsel in Housing and Buildings, as well as analysts Jose Conde and Charles Kim, as well as my Chief of Staff, Sam Cardenas, and Legislative and Communications Director, Kadeem Robinson. I will now pass it back to Chair Brennan.
Thank you. Okay, before we begin, as I say before we start our line of questioning in all these hearings, we may not get to all the questions or you may not have responses. Hopefully that won't be the case, but if so, we will send a follow-up letter for any unanswered questions to help inform our budget negotiations here. So, okay, I think I have to turn it over to the committee counsel first, right? To swear.
Yes, I have to swear everyone in.
Okay.
There are no new council members present, so I don't have to recognize anyone. Council members, please remember, use the raise hand function on Zoom. I'll call on you in the order with which you raised it. You have 5 minutes. Please stick to the timer as we are behind schedule. The following members of the administration are here to testify and or answer questions for this portion of today's hearings. Adolfo Carrion, Commissioner. Anne-Marie Santiago, Deputy Commissioner. Brendan McLaughlin, Deputy Commissioner. Ahmed Tagani, Deputy Commissioner. Rich Johns, Deputy Commissioner. Kim Darga, Acting Deputy Commissioner, and Aileen Reynolds, Executive Director. I will first read the oath, and after I will call on each of you individually to respond, and I remind everyone they are able to unmute themselves. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Carrion?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Santiago?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner McLaughlin?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Tagani?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Johns?
I do.
Acting Deputy Commissioner Darga?
I do.
And Executive Director Reynolds?
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Carrion, you may begin when ready.
Thank you, Council. Good morning, Chairwoman Sanchez, Chairman Brannan, and members of the New York City Council Committees on Housing and Buildings and Finance. As you know, my name is Adolfo Carrion Jr. I am the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Housing, Preservation, and Development. I am joined by members of HPD's senior leadership team. I came back to public service as HPD Commissioner because I know how important and impactful this agency is and the direct impact it has in providing safe, quality, and affordable housing and strengthening communities. I have witnessed this mission come to life through the dedication of the HPD staff, who have time and again risen to face the challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic on their work and in their lives. In the face of staffing shortages, the folks at HPD persisted and continued to deliver access to housing and ensure that housing is safe for New Yorkers. Over the past few months, I have been working with my partners, Chief Housing Officer Jessica Katz, Housing Development Corporation President Eric Enderlin, NYCHA Chair Gregory Russ, and Department of Social Services Commissioner Gary Jenkins on developing a housing blueprint that will lay out the course for how the Adams administration will tackle our city's housing challenges and secure new opportunities going forward. In close collaboration with our colleagues, housing stakeholders, and advocates, we will be presenting the housing blueprint in several weeks. I will begin my testimony today by providing a brief overview of HPD's fiscal year 2023 budget, and then I will describe how it will help us achieve our goals of expanding access to affordable housing, protecting tenants, and advancing equity and fair housing in New York City. I will then be happy to take your questions. On the FY23 budget overview, our fiscal year 2023 expense budget, as you both mentioned, is about $1.2 billion. That amount includes $236 million in pass-through funding that goes to NYCC, which results in a net total of $953 million for HPD's programs and operations. Of this total $953 million, $791 million comes from federal sources, $6 million comes from state and other categorical grants, and the remaining $156 million represents the city's investment in HPD, a 16% share of our operating budget. We are grateful for that funding because that $156 million goes a very long way to help fund 77 new positions and will go toward initiatives like our New York City or NYC 1515 supportive housing program, Housing Connect, and funding our project managers, borough planning teams, and asset management staff, and housing inspectors. HPD offers a great value to the taxpayers with how much we can accomplish with limited city funding. With the current affordability crisis, we urgently need to build more affordable and supportive housing. Working with our many partners, we were able to secure a $5 billion investment in new capital funding from 2023 to 2031, of which $3.6 billion comes to HPD so that we can keep our recent pace of development over the next 10 years, even in the face of rising costs and inflation. And so I want to especially thank the City Council and all our partners for the role you played in securing this new support. We're thankful for the critical role that the city's resources play in our expense budget in strengthening areas of the agency that are not otherwise eligible for federal grants. My testimony will highlight several areas where this city funding will help us further strengthen our programs and services. A little bit on the housing blueprint and our priorities. As I mentioned earlier, we are working on developing a strategic housing blueprint that prioritizes people over process for New Yorkers in need of housing and related services. In our plan, we are seeking to accelerate and increase capacity for new housing supply, increase access to affordable home ownership, and improve the quality, sustainability, and resiliency of affordable housing to keep New Yorkers safe and healthy. Most importantly, we are unequivocally affirming that homelessness is a housing problem. Homelessness is a housing problem. And as such, it will be a central part of our housing blueprint that addresses our growing homeless population. The blueprint will also invest in jobs, technology, and agency operations that we as city government can better serve, so that we as city government can better serve New Yorkers and ensure resources are allocated equitably. We will hire and train more inspectors to strengthen housing quality enforcement, improve processes, and increase efficiency to streamline development, modify our procurement process to address the disparity within the disparity, and reduce administrative burdens so that New Yorkers can access the housing and help they need. We are also committed to promoting the participation of minority and women-owned business enterprises by increasing the number of MWBEs that contract directly with HPD and grow the size and diversity of the affordable housing community. We look forward to announcing the housing blueprint very soon and working with our partner agencies and you, the City Council. A few recent successes. Every New Yorker deserves a safe, affordable home and to live free from discrimination and harassment. This administration is committed to breaking down the barriers New Yorkers face in finding and keeping their homes, thriving in their communities, and ensuring the quality of the city's housing stock. Though we are early in the new administration, we have already started getting stuff done. Let me share some of our recent successes on these important policy priorities. Last month, in partnership with the Department of City Planning, we launched the Equitable Development Data Explorer to implement Local Law 78 of 2021. Thank you, New York City Council. This interactive website will allow New Yorkers to easily explore data about housing affordability, racial equity, displacement, and many other issues related to the future of New York City and its neighborhoods. Starting in June, developers and city agencies will use this data tool to create racial equity reports about projects that are going through ULURP. With this data, communities in the city of New York will be better equipped to create policies that increase affordable housing opportunities and help New Yorkers stay in the homes and the neighborhoods they love. In response to the tragic Twin Parks apartment fire that took place in the Bronx in January, Mayor Adams signed Executive Order 12 in March. This executive order will strengthen coordination between the fire department and HPD, supporting the fire department enforcement with our violation data to enhance their targeted approach to inspecting high-risk buildings. With our partners at the fire department, we will also launch a campaign to educate New Yorkers on fire safety. We are also currently working with the council and our partner agencies on a number of proposals to enhance our enforcement around fire safety. This is just one example of our commitment to strengthen our enforcement tools with the goal of keeping tenants safe in their homes. I'm also pleased to announce that this summer, we are restarting HPD in your district, where representatives from our Office of Enforcement and Neighborhood Services make our outreach van and staff available to spend a Tuesday or a Thursday at a location in a council member's district or in their offices, providing one-on-one education and assistance on housing-related issues in your district. I encourage you to reach out to our team, if you haven't already, to set up a day for HPD to be in your district this summer. And I close by saying that we continue to push forward with one mission in mind: to get stuff done and to put people over process and people over bureaucracy. This work cannot be done by HPD alone. The council is and has been a critical partner in fighting to get the resources we need to ensure New York City works for everyone. Thank you for that partnership, and I know we will continue to work together on critical legislative priorities and reforms. On affordable and supportive housing projects, on advocacy for tenant protection laws, and on a whole host of issues vital for the good of New Yorkers and for the future of our city. Thank you again for the opportunity to discuss HPD's budget and our priorities in the coming year. And my team and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. That certainly all sounds good to me. But the devil's in the details, as they say.
Always, always.
So what can we, I guess, big picture, what can we expect to see in the forthcoming new housing plan? Will there be deeper affordability, which we hope so, but if so, how does that impact the cost?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me say that the plan, the blueprint, which is what we're calling it, will be released shortly. We're estimating in the next several weeks. Let me share with you the building blocks of that blueprint. I think one of the key features is that we are tying together the agencies that touch housing and that whole housing experience in New York City. And so, as I said in my introduction, it includes NYCHA, it includes HPD, and it includes the Department of Social Services and the subsidiary agencies, as you know, are HRA and the Department of Homeless Services. But the major building blocks that we will be part of this blueprint are: one, transforming the New York City Housing Authority to make it work better for people; addressing homelessness and housing instability; creating and preserving affordable housing, which is central, obviously, to our mission; improving the health and safety of New Yorkers, also central to the HPD mission; and reducing administrative burden. We will also expand our partnership with minority and women-owned business enterprises and build diversity, equity, and inclusion in all of our business lines. And that's important. And I know it's important to a number of the members here who I've had a relationship over many years, where that food chain of development to tenancy and management and post occupancy, all of those phases represent opportunities for local businesses, minority businesses to participate with the city as its partner. Another thing that you'll see in our plan will be an investment in jobs, certainly for HPD, technology, agency operations, and really beginning to look at it, reducing administrative burdens. One of the things that we hear from our customers, Mr. Chairman and members, is whether they are a tenant, whether they are a community board, a council member, a building owner, a developer, is that things just take too darn long. There's a lot of redundancy. You will be hearing from the administration about a larger efficiency effort. And you know, we now have a citywide efficiency officer who has brought all of the commissioners who touch the real estate experience in New York to come together to figure out where are we tripping over each other and making it harder for the customer to get through this process. I don't want to filibuster, but I'll say this.
No filibustering here, Commissioner.
Okay, it takes, if you walk in the door and through any portal in New York City as a developer or somebody with an idea related to real estate, on average about 314 days to go from, hey, I have an idea, to, oh, you can begin your construction. And that is not a good thing in New York City. We're holding progress back. So we will improve processes and increase efficiency to streamline development. Our work, guided by the housing blueprint, will not only help support the city's recovery efforts, but it'll also be central to ensuring that this is an equitable recovery.
Yeah, it sounds good. I mean, the last thing, you know, supply is one thing, right? But bureaucracy should never be standing in the way of getting someone into affordable housing. I want to move quickly. So to what extent do you think that the $5 billion added for both HPD and NYCHA across a decade, it's about $500 million a year on average. To what extent do you think those investments will increase the supply of housing?
It will increase it significantly. As you know from the Mayor's Management Report, we generated about 11,000 units so far this calendar year. We expect to, while we'll come up short of our target, to be somewhere in the 16,000 unit range. But where we should be as a city is in excess of 20,000 and potentially closer to 30,000 units a year. So our goal is to increase over the next several years our housing production. And our housing production is both new construction, which makes up about 30 to 40% of the production that we do, and another between 60 and 70% naturally, which is preservation work, which is the very, very important work that we do in preserving a housing stock that's old, much of which is under regulatory agreements, rent stabilization laws, and is what has been coined the naturally occurring affordable housing in many, many of the city's neighborhoods. So we think that this funding will get us there.
Okay. So the Fed just raised interest rates by 0.5%. It's the highest increase since 2000. with rising inflation and interest rates, are they liable to blunt the impact of these new investments? How are we preparing for that?
I think that the rise in interest rates, and I'm glad to have an amazing group of professionals that surround me, Commissioner, because they can speak very eloquently to this. But I will say that, we've created a system here in our country where, with a low-income housing tax credit, coupled with subsidies that we're able to give these development deals, where we can get that rent price to a much lower point than market rate housing. That effort will continue. The cost of production, to be honest, I think will increase naturally. But why don't I have Acting Deputy Commissioner Kim Darga just address that briefly?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner and Chair. So we are watching the interest rates closely, along with operating costs and other project costs. We have not gotten to the point yet that we have had to reevaluate our term sheets because they are not feasible given the current costs of projects. But that is something that we expect to monitor over the next year or so.
Okay. I know it's been said we campaign in poetry and we govern in prose.
Yes, sir.
The mayor, I know, on his campaign, he pledged to raise investments to $4 billion a year to really make a dent in the affordable housing crisis. Is there a plan to get to that level?
I think that every budget cycle, presents an opportunity for us to continue to invest in larger ways. The mayor is fully committed to funding the development cycle in New York City. We understand that we're living through an amazing, almost without precedent housing crisis and a crisis of affordability for New Yorkers, where they're paying far in excess of 30% of their income, their family income, for housing. Many families are facing an affordability crisis, a rent burden, to the point where they're paying 50% or more of their family's income to remain housed. So our administration is fully committed to funding the production of affordable housing and following the need.
Okay. What do you think is the biggest thing missing right now? Before I made a note that you said you'd love ideally to get to a place where we're building 30,000 new units a year. What is missing to get us from here to there?
One of the biggest challenges that we face is that we have lost a significant number of staff. The pandemic really slammed government, business, increased attrition rates beyond norms, beyond what's normal. We have a shortage of project managers. We have a shortage of attorneys to close these deals. We are working very closely with OMB as a partner to fill the vacancies that we have. And of course, we have been, we now have 77 new positions that will help us go a long way in addressing the production side, but also addressing other headcount issues that affect the entire housing food chain. So the 77 new positions, we're going to get 12 asset and project management staff for our asset management division to protect the city's prior investments in affordable housing by increasing proactive intervention, managing transactions, executing workouts that need to be executed, especially for extremely troubled buildings facing foreclosure or bankruptcy, digitizing paper files, for project managers, for project management and constituent services staff to support Mitchell, the huge Mitchell-Lama portfolio that, you know, we have a hand in that as well by decreasing the application processing times. 2 EEO staff, and on and on. It goes, it impacts our MWBE efforts, our efforts with zombie homes. You all know about this zombie homes initiative, these properties that drag down neighborhoods and are a blight. We're getting 5 positions to deal with tenant resources to ensure housing quality enforcement and timely appeals for our Section 8 housing voucher program. 27 positions in our Office of Enforcement and Neighborhood Services. And let me just speak to this, and I'm sure it's going to come up later in the hearing, but you all know that we have a pretty big number of vacancies in our housing inspector corps. We're budgeted for almost 470 inspectors. We're short 140 plus. The great thing is that in addition to these 27 positions that the new budget brings in, we're able to hopefully quickly backfill these 140 positions working with DCAS and OMB. And then there's other positions. We can go into it a little later, or if you want, I can give you more detail as we go along.
Okay, I want to make sure I give significant time to my co-chair, but I want to ask about debt financing. The mayor's message says that as a percentage of tax revenues, the debt service ratio is 10.2% in 22 and is projected to increase to 13.2% in fiscal year 26. So what is the administration's internal benchmark for an appropriate debt to taxes ratio?
I'm not prepared to answer that. I think, you know, I'm on day 90 of my job. Literally today, by the way, Chair, today is to the day, month 3, the end of month 3.
Perfect time.
I don't know if Rich Johns can address that.
Yeah, I'd love to know that. And then if the city is below that benchmark, then can it further increase its capital spending on affordable housing?
Right. Okay. We can follow up with that.
Okay. Yeah. That's important. Supportive housing new need. The budget includes a new need that enhances staffing for supportive housing, but the ramp up is deep in the out years, only surpassing 1 million in FY25 and hitting a high of 26.5 million in FY26. So the plan only shows 6 positions associated with the increase. Can we talk about why the funding is so backloaded there?
Rich, can you grab that question?
Yeah, of course, I'm happy to. When the New York City 1515 program was included in the budget, the years in question were actually beyond the 5-year plan. So when the city's financial management system adds those new years, it baselines the money that was in the previous year. So what we're doing is correcting the financial plan to show our actual forecasted expenditures for that year. And in the more current years, you're seeing, the addition of 6 heads, which are intended to help us, continue to process applications as the program continues to ramp up.
Okay. All right. I think I want to give it over to Chair Sanchez. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Brennan, and hi everybody again. So I'll just pick up, right from Chair Brennan. So he started there. I'll start there with the blueprint. So one large criticism that has been lodged at administration after administration has been the silos that separate homeless services, social services from HPD and the sort of construction and preservation work that you all do. So can you talk to us a little bit, foreshadow a little bit about what we can expect to see differently in the blueprint from before?
Well, I think, what you're going to see is a recognition of the history of silos and that silos don't work. We're one government. We should be rowing in the same direction. We have a housing experience that has many manifestations, and we need to be responsive to the needs of New Yorkers wherever they are. And sometimes they will be, unfortunately, living in a subway, living in a shelter, having mental health issues, a poor family, a working family, a moderate income family, a middle income family. That whole continuum of experiences needs to be attended to, and it needs to be attended to often by multiple agencies that touch that family's life or that individual's life. We're recognizing that and saying we need a blueprint that essentially ties all those things together. And so the experience of a New Yorker should be that wherever they are in that continuum, they can plug in and answer their family's needs. I don't know if any of my colleagues could add to that, maybe Mr. Tigani or Mr. McLaughlin.
Absolutely. So, Chair, there are three things I think would be helpful to add. One, I think what the supportive housing community has asked for is more transparency and an easier time through the application process with us. So we need to move toward a more technologically advanced and easier to use Division of Tenant Resources, which is the main component that deals with the application process here at HPD. We're working toward that, and there are investments in the budget to allow us to build both a more friendlier and easier to use owner portal, as well as start on the work that we need to build a tenant web portal so that we're moving to a place where people are interacting, getting updated information, working with us to get the information we need to process their application without necessarily having to come down to us. Additionally, we're looking at our rules and regulations to make sure that we're only getting the information we need rather than going to a place where we are creating more barriers and creating stops that slow down applications. We're working with HUD, we're working with a number of other agencies to see where we can pull information that already exists and not have to make applicants go and fill the same information 2 or 3 or 4 times. Additionally, we are, and this is getting to the silo conversation, we're looking to see how we can maximize our various voucher resources across the board so we can get more projects done. Very recently, the FMR was updated so that basically as of May 1, our vouchers will be able to give more dollar per voucher. So our voucher holders will be able to go out into the market that is very tough, very expensive, and be able to afford more units that are out there. And those who are part of our exception payment standard program, those are areas where we work with HUD and make the power of our voucher even more expensive so that they can afford a higher cost unit. We have now been able to add 11 zip codes to that, therefore maximizing the power of those vouchers. So we're trying to become more technologically advanced, break down silos and not use duplicative processes to slow down applications and put more power and dollars behind our voucher to compete in a more competitive market.
Got it. Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner and Commissioner. So just as you know, we have a limited amount of time, so I'm going to try to rush through some of these. Please excuse me if I interject or move us along. So the second might be more of a comment than a question, but as you finalize the blueprint and get that over to the public and to the council in the next few weeks, I'll just urge you to really give deep consideration to the deepest levels of affordability, serving the lowest income New Yorkers. There has been a stunning failure by government at all levels of government to serve these individuals. In fact, the subsidy per capita for affordable housing to house the lowest income Americans, not just New Yorkers, but that has decreased over time since the 1986 tax reform that brought in a very serious way the private sector into affordable housing development. So I think New York City, particularly because we have such an acute pain among those lowest income New Yorkers, we're really going to be pushing here to see what more that we can do for them. And it is one of the big reasons that we need more and more subsidy dollars to serve affordability, because it costs more to serve these New Yorkers.
Chairwoman, let me just comment on that for a second. On the production side for reaching low-income New Yorkers, the more than 65% of the units that we produce are for low-income New Yorkers below 80% AMI. 50%, almost 50% are for folks that are extremely low income and very low income, you know, up to 50% from about 30%. So that's not to say we can't do more and we can't subsidize deeper and get to the rent burden issue that we need to tackle. But I think it's important for folks to know that better than 65% of the production goes to folks that are considered low income by federal standards and our own standards, which is, you know, we could always debate the standards, right? That's a whole other issue. And let me just add to that, that in the spirit of trying to put more resources in, we are working with our congressional partners. And we have, just last week, we had a discussion with the entire delegation to the House and Senator Schumer, sponsored by one of our housing advocacy agencies, where we again asked, in addition to what you've already done with the recovery and the $200 million and et cetera that we've gotten, we need more. We need more housing vouchers. We need more Section 8. We need more home funds.
Absolutely. And Commissioner, the community that you once represented and that I get to represent today has an area median income of 10-20% of AMI, right? So even these deepest levels of affordability covered by what HPD and the city have been doing have not been helping us without vouchers, right? Without Section 8 vouchers, without deeper support. So I know that we are understanding each other, but have to emphasize that and really want to see that deep consideration for the lowest of the low income in there as we address our city's needs. So my next question, you talked a little bit about MWBEs. Can you tell us a little bit about, well, actually, let me frame this as in relationship to a follow-up question from preliminary budget. We asked you to get back to us about the ways that HPD is increasing share of MWB developers over the years and efforts you've undergone. And one of the highlights in the response that HPD sent over to the council was that since 2014, the agency has designated 24 sites, teams with MWBEs, where some sites, the agency designated teams have more than one MWBE and the ownership is significant by MWBEs. And so 24 sites out of how many? I'm always going to ask about the denominator.
Sure.
Any questions? So how many sites are we talking about? How much more work do we have to do?
Yeah, fair enough. And I don't have that the answer of the denominator at my fingertips. I don't know if our Deputy Commissioner for Development has that. You can indicate yay or nay, or we can get back to you on that. But what I will say is that while we've made some progress, we have not made enough progress. And this administration, the Adams administration and the Carrion administration at HPD, under the leadership of the Chief Housing Officer Katz and all of the partners, we're fully committed to increasing and expanding minority and women-owned business enterprises participation in what is a multi-billion-dollar industry in New York City. We'd like to grow the Economic Opportunity and Inclusions Program team to assist with our efforts to track and promote programs like our Build Up program, which sets goals for MWBE contractor utilization on development projects, but we want to expand that. I think you referenced it. And our Pathways to Opportunity program, which increases the prevalence of MWBE marketing agents, which is also part of the opportunity to participate in this multi-billion-dollar industry. And just additionally, staff in the Office of Neighborhood Strategies and Office of Development Aid in advancing the use of MWBE developers that are awarded parcels or close on construction financing. Additional staff in our administration will provide support to MWBE developers as we work to increase opportunities for them to successfully compete for development deals. we have a lot more to do. We've advocated for changes at the New York City Acquisition Fund. That fund was generally open. It is now targeted to MWBEs and nonprofits. So there's some that has been done, and I believe sincere and honest efforts to address this challenge, but we can do more.
Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Yeah, go ahead.
So just to answer your question, Chair, so 22% of our projects, so we have 82 projects that we've counted since the beginning of the Housing New York plans, 2014, have been designated with MWB developers who serves as either the sole developer or part of joint ventures. I also want to note that this is a growing set of numbers, since at different points throughout the process, we've improved and increased our provisions focus on MWBEs. We've built up the pipeline to bring more MWBEs. So we expect this to be a number that if we had started from the beginning, we would have seen higher, but as we continue to move forward and actually layer on more, it'll continue to go.
Great, thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner. And just a follow-up note on that, my question during prelim had been, break it down for me in terms of gender and in terms of race and ethnicity. And just to flag that as you do this work to improve the MWBE numbers, of the 24, the breakdown that you gave me here were that 11 were non-minority women-owned firms, so white women-owned firms. 11 sites were minority-owned, 10 were Black, 2 were Latino, 1 was Asian owned, and 3 sites were minority and women owned firm. Three firms were Black, 0 Latina, and 0 Asian. And so we have a lot of work to do here as we increase these numbers, but particularly, Latino and Asian representation is lagging behind city numbers, right? City representation. So we just want to make sure that that is at the forefront of those discussions and thinking about how to expand the pool here as well.
Let me just say that we also look forward to sharing our internal report. When I looked at it, I was very disturbed by what I saw. There is a disparity within the disparity that this administration wants to tackle. The lion's share of the business opportunities going to women-owned firms, as you suggested, is to white women-owned firms, not Latinas and Black women-owned firms. And the same is true for the general universe. In fact, the lion's share of many opportunities has gone to some minority groups that don't represent the overwhelming population that we serve. So you have, an overrepresentation of Asian businesses that are considered minority, and they are. So we have work to do, and we look forward to that partnership with you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commissioner. I want to shift quickly to home ownership. I know that this is probably going to be covered in the blueprint, but for home ownership, can you give us a retrospective? How much of HPD's recent history, how many placements for home ownership have we been able to, how many families have we been able to put into home ownership units, and what does that look like for the future?
Let me, I'll give you kind of the bird's eye view, and then maybe have Kim Darga do a little deeper dive into numbers. But we have programs that are geared toward creating and preserving homeownership, and these programs are supported through a number of these efforts are supported through a number of programs. We have preservation programs that include our green housing preservation program, the participation loan program, the housing rehabilitation loan program, and then we have several tax exemption programs that provide support for like HDFC co-ops and Mitchell-Lama co-ops, all of which are home ownership and fall into that category. We have a home fix program and Project Help, which provide loans for repairs for 1 to 4 family homes. You all know about Open Door and the Affordable Neighborhood Co-op program, and I know we've got some work to do there. We have a down payment assistance program, and we have something called the Community Restoration Fund, where we acquire distressed single-family mortgages to help owners stay in their homes. These all are supported by capital expense from us and federal home grant funding that we receive. I don't know if Kim, maybe you want to talk a little bit about who we've reached.
Sure. So as the commissioner said, we really tried to expand the options, both to help existing homeowners maintain good quality homeownership opportunities, remain stable, as well as to expand opportunities to create new homeownership opportunities or to help New Yorkers acquire homes. So for example, recently we expanded funding for our down payment assistance program to increase the amount that New Yorkers have available to be up to $100,000 for a down payment. We have also tried to reform our open door program to create, make sure that the funding that we're providing through that program is appropriate given the levels of affordability there. So I don't have the number of placements per se, because the homeownership production is both preservation and new opportunities. But I do know that 1 out of every 4 units that we have financed in the last 8 years was a homeownership unit.
Thank you. If you can, if you wouldn't mind following up with just a breakdown of each of those programs and how many families have been assisted. You know, homeownership is just a key component of building equity, right, in the city and allowing more people to stay here. I want to move to actually a related question around the TIL program and ANCP, which you mentioned. I as council member and several of my colleagues have, of course, heard some very, very troubling complaints about TIL buildings and tenants who sort of been languishing as renters for many years, even after they they believe that they were going to become homeowners, and that they are, you know, there's some buildings going through the ANCP program, and tenants are concerned about the mortgages that are going to be associated with these conversions as they become, if they become homeowners at any point. So can you just give me some context and background on TIL buildings? How many do we have? ANCP, how many buildings do we have slated to go through the pipeline, and sort of the general plan for TIL buildings, stabilizing TIL buildings and getting them into home ownership in the future?
Okay, thanks, council member. And what I'll try to do is talk a little bit, again, at a high level, and then the staff can help me fill in some detail. But I want to share with you that I go back to the original TIL. When I was in graduate school, I was an intern at the Settlement Housing Fund and at Urban Homesteading Assistance Board at UHAB. And when the city created the program, I had the opportunity to go organize a building in Williamsburg, the Williamsburg of then, not of today, which is very, very different, of the 1980s. But it was a good idea. It reached thousands and thousands of units. There's a lot of success stories. And then there are the glaring stories that we hear, where we have buildings that are in very bad shape. And we have our Office of Asset and Property Management that is in charge of working with these buildings, these troubled buildings, and these owners, right, to get them to a place where they can stabilize the property. In some cases, folks are living in dangerous conditions, unsafe, unhealthy conditions. And the team here has been working, in some cases for years, with some of these owners or tenant groups to try to get them over to the point where they sign an agreement that allows them to finance their property, stabilize it, and move forward. The total TIL pipeline, 89 buildings, 1,523 units. 52% have been assigned a developer. And we can share metrics with you. I don't know if Kim is the right person, or?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, I'm happy to jump in. So we've actually made really significant progress in this pipeline in the last 5 or so years. In the late 2000s, around the Great Recession, our ability to finance homeownership really was impacted by the recession and lending for homeownership across the country. We launched ANCP in 2012, and the first few years were a little slow, but in the last 5 years, we have really increased our work. Unfortunately, the pandemic slowed things down. We couldn't do in-place renovations, but that work is picking back up again. We have I think over 4 dozen, I think about 50 projects or buildings in construction right now. And I actually would really welcome if any of you want to tour a couple of these sites that are completing and where residents are going to be converting to cooperative soon. I would welcome the opportunity to take you out and see these projects. It does take a while, and it's unfortunate because I know these buildings have been in city ownership for, in some case, decades, and that residents have been waiting a very, very long time. But we have made a lot of progress. And of the projects that remain in the pipeline, or the buildings that remain in the pipeline, the vast majority are in pre-development now, or will be very shortly. And so, like I said, if you want to come out and see any of the sites that we have that are completing soon, or when residents are converting, I'd be happy to take folks out.
Great, thank you, Deputy Commissioner. I will be the first one, as a former City Hall employee and person who's worked in this field for a little bit. I'll be the first to acknowledge that some things take time, but decades is not things taking some time, right? That is something that is very broken and disrespectful to those tenants. And so I would love to see some of the projects that are completed, but for those, you said 52% have been assigned to a developer. For those that are languishing, for those that continue on, I think you'll hear from some of my colleagues in Northern Manhattan who will probably ask questions later, but we will be following up, right? Because I think we can do better than having things take decades and languish for decades.
We agree.
Quick clarification. We absolutely agree, but just a quick clarification. So there was, I think we had a council hearing around 2017, and before that we had, I think, approaching 200 buildings, 189 or so buildings that were still in TIL. At this point, there are 89 buildings remaining. More than 50% of those are in pre-development. So the number of buildings remaining that are not yet in pre-development with an assigned developer are about 3 dozen. That is, like you said, it's not acceptable. We'd like to move those forward. Unfortunately, there's only so many developers that are interested in working with us to renovate these buildings. And we want to make sure that when we move a building into pre-development, that we have a developer that is actively ready to work with the residents to move the project forward.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. I want to move quickly to code enforcement, a couple of questions related to code enforcement. So the first question is around the 77 new staff positions, or restoration of staff positions. So can you just give us a quick breakdown of how much of those are frontline inspection staff versus project management positions?
Sure. Let me just get my notes here. So let's see. Is Anne-Marie, can you address this?
Sure, Commissioner, thank you. So for enforcement neighborhood services, there are 27 positions. I think about half of those are actually housing inspectors or construction project managers, and the rest are support staff in various capacities. And that's 27 of the 77 for the agency as a whole.
Got it. support staff. And when you say support staff, what are some of the affiliated titles?
So these we use community coordinators, outreach staff. These are mostly staff for our lead-based paint efforts. So they'll be analysts of documents and things like that.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. And do we have for the other 50 positions?
We do, and I broke it down earlier. We can share it with you pretty readily.
No problem.
If you want me to run through them, but I think it would eat up your time.
Sounds good. If you can get that over to us, that would be good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you so much. Okay, and then next round, I just want to ask a few questions about vouchers. So new federal awards from HUD for Section 8 and other programs have been reflected in HPD's budget, which is great. How do we see this going in the upcoming years? How much federal support do we anticipate? And then just a quick, let me just couple these two questions together. I understand that there have been 8,000 emergency housing vouchers assigned to New York City from the federal government through stimulus dollars, and that those vouchers are being rolled out to members of the public through a consortium of agencies, of which HPD is one. So on that second part question on emergency housing vouchers is how many of these vouchers does HPD have, and how is HPD doing with the rollout of those vouchers, getting families into using those vouchers?
Okay, thanks for the question. So we anticipate sufficient calendar year 22 federal rental assistance funding based on fiscal year 22 appropriations. The Congress included an additional $200 million for up to 25,000 vouchers nationally. HUD has not yet indicated how the new vouchers will be allocated. In terms of emergency housing vouchers that have been issued, are in the process or are left. As of this past Friday, we had issued 1,146 emergency housing vouchers out of a total allocation of 2,050. So it's better than 50%. But importantly, we have about 1,000 applications in the pipeline in various levels of review. So there is a review process, but we expect that, and Ahmed can put some texture on this, but we expect that we will reach the full complement of the available vouchers. In terms of voucher funding, voucher funding is based on as you know, an annual congressional appropriation, and it's really unclear at this time what funding will look like for fiscal year 23. For 22, as I said, a total of almost $25 billion was appropriated nationally, and it's estimated to be sufficient to cover the 22 expenses. Based on current projections, we anticipate receiving approximately $566 million in calendar year 22, which is the balance of fiscal year 22 and the beginning of fiscal year 23, as you know. We currently provide rental subsidies to just over 42,000 households, which is about in excess of 83,000 individuals. Ahmed, do you want to add to that?
I know, I think you covered a great deal, Commissioner. The only thing I'll say for those who are not familiar with the Emergency Housing Voucher Program, this was a very welcome program. It was a unique challenge for the city. We had to basically create a brand new system to bring these vouchers in and distribute it. We expanded for the first time the number of referring agencies. So we brought in a number of new agencies who are now future partners in our voucher work that we never had as closely working with us before. And this is going to be another example of how we built something new so that if and when this opportunity comes again, we'll be able to expedite this sooner. And we built a system that has us on track to meet our obligation by the end of the year. Though we always want to make it happen faster, we are on track to make sure the vouchers are issued.
Great, and not to put you in the position of speaking for your sister agencies, but HPD is on track to meeting your goals, or the administration is on track to meeting the emergency housing voucher goals?
I don't want to speak for there are our referring agencies who help get the applications in. The public housing authorities, with us and NYCHA, are the issuing departments. As a city, we have a plan to reach our goal by the end of the year, and I would defer to NYCHA to any specifics on their piece. So a lot of our strategy for getting there is how we're figuring out ways to work together and combine our staff and our resources.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay,
And this speaks, I'm sorry, just quickly, and this speaks obviously to the blueprint and the streamlining process that we're getting into.
Got it. Thank you so much. So I want to give a chance to my colleagues. I just want to ask two more questions. One is also in follow-up to a report that we received back. It was related to code enforcement false certifications report that you all sent. There were some issues with the report. I emailed and asked for clarification on some of those issues, but I want to just focus on the rate of false certifications. So HPD, so a tenant makes a complaint, HPD goes out, issues a violation. The next step, and Emery Santiago will correct me on all of this, but the next step is for the owner to correct. If they correct, when they correct, they send a letter or certify to HPD that they have corrected. And then HPD sends a notice to the tenant saying, hey, your landlord said that they fixed it. Let us know if they're lying or if there's still any issues. And in very few of those cases, do tenants respond. And in some of those cases, HPD proactively does audit those certifications of corrections. And so my flag here was that the number of Class C certifications of corrections found to be false by the agency is at 32% of completed re-inspections. Can you just kind of highlight for us how many of these certified corrected results or certified corrected violations is HPD auditing? And if the 32% is the answer of how many are, we're finding to have falsely certified, or maybe the issue came into disrepair again, how can we do better? How can HPD help the city to do better and these landlords to do better?
I'll defer to Anne-Marie on that.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair Sanchez. I think, our goal is always to re-inspect as many Class C certifications as we can. And as you know, we're facing staffing challenges. So we did only get to, I think, about 50% of all Class C certifications this year. As we highlighted in the report that we are required to submit to council each year, a lot of those, a very good percentage of those are pest violations. And unfortunately, I think the timeline for pest violation certification may be too short to accurately correct that condition. We are talking with the Department of Health about trying to figure out a better methodology to allow owners the time that they need to really do an integrated pest management plan. And I think that might be part of how we can help owners comply better with that particular violation. As you know, Council Member Felice is also looking into this issue in terms of fire safety violations. And so we're taking a better look, I think, right now at, as you requested, a breakdown by type of violation. What else can we do to address those violations and help owners understand how to comply properly with those violations? And so we would love to continue those conversations with you as we go through our internal review around these issues.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. And if you can send us a breakdown of that, of those issues. So you said pests are a large percentage of these false certifications. That would be really helpful for us to understand.
Absolutely.
Okay, I have a million more questions, but I'm just going to go with this last one on supportive housing construction. Can you just, for for the sake of the public, can you share with us what is HPD's current estimate on the typical amount of subsidy and the total cost of a supportive housing unit? So with the wraparound services and the construction subsidy, and then what are the factors that shape that cost per unit and how are they changing?
I'll give you the very high level on this, and then Kim can deep dive a little bit. But on the subsidy side, it's about $120,000 a unit, and the cost of production for a supportive housing unit is about $500,000. Kim?
Yeah, so in addition to the capital subsidy, we also provide tax exemptions to supportive housing projects, property tax exemptions, as well as the service and rental assistance funding. And I don't have the per unit amounts of those, but we can follow up if necessary.
That would be great. And the $0.5 million, the $0.5 million figure per unit, is that over the entire lifespan of the supportive housing units? I don't know, 30 years, 15 years, whatever the case may be.
The capital subsidy amount of $120,000 per unit is the average subsidy over the last 5 years to construct a new unit of supportive housing.
Okay. And the $500,000 figure?
The $500,000 is the total development cost for that unit.
So as you know, right, you get the total development cost and then it's amortized across the life of the mortgage.
Yep. Thank you so much. All right. Well, thank you so much. I will be following up with questions about fees and fee recovery. There were some follow-up questions and some follow-up questions as well about code enforcement programs. But
and we created a whole table for you for the fee recovery,
yes.
And it's a breakdown. I don't know if you've received it yet, but we'll get it to you.
Yes, I received it, and I have some questions, so we will be following up on that. So thank you so much. I now want to, I don't know, Chair Brandon, should I turn it back to you or committee counsel?
No, I'll take over from here. We're going to go to council member questions. Council members, I want to remind you, please listen for the sergeant's cue. It will be 5 minutes for questions. We're going to first turn to Council Member Barron, followed by Deputy Speaker Ayala, Majority Whip Brooks Powers, then Council Members Lewis, Dinowitz, Osei, Brewer, and Richardson Jordan, but we'll first turn to Councilmember Barron.
Your time will begin. Thank you so much. I want to say that I am so impressed and fortunate we are to have the leadership of Chair Sanchez. I really appreciate the homework that you do. I appreciate the way you question. You don't go for the general rhetoric. We are fully committed. It takes time. We're with you on that, but you press for the facts, you press for the numbers. We are so fortunate to have your leadership, strong leadership, particularly when you want to get to the, as we say, nitty gritty, the real deal. So I'm just so impressed with your leadership, and I just want to thank you for your commitment to affordable housing. We have a housing crisis. I think everybody knows that. You know, over 50% of our income is for rent. We have gentrification happening in our neighborhoods. And then Commissioner Carrion, a 10-year capital plan. They backloaded a lot. And the need was really for the first 5 years. So even though they increased it from 17 million to 20-something million, it's backloaded. And we need it front-loaded. We need those first 5 years. We need to have much more money for and land given to community land trusts. Right now, white men and profit-making corporations dominate the contracts by far. And I'm glad Chair Sanchez broke down on the minority and women's business enterprises. And a lot of that, MWBEs, a lot of it is subcontractors too. And then sometimes we got to look out for MWBEs being fronted by white corporations and make it appear that it's for us. So I want you to address those questions around gentrification that is occurring. What is your plan to stop it? And some real numbers for the MWBEs that has to increase, but also what are we doing specifically for getting more to community land trusts? And then you said you didn't want to debate the standards. That's another issue of the AMI, but it is the issue. The AMI has increased in New York City, a family of 3, I think it's 100 and something thousand. And so when you say 80% of the AMI and 65% of our units at 80% and 60%, you're talking a lot of money. You're talking about somebody making $80,000 if it's 80% of 100,000, and our neighborhood AMIs are like $36,000 for a family of 3, and sometimes even lower. So we got to really address these things concretely. We've had 6 months, we're going on our 6 months in the year, and those numbers haven't really changed a great deal. And it can't be that we have a record amount of this or we're doing much better. We're in a crisis, and much better is not doing it. We got to do it. We got to get to the point where these issues are concretely dealt with. Also, I want to know, what about the subsidies for home ownership? There's subsidies for rentals, but the subsidies for home ownership doesn't come near the subsidies for rental apartments. And you know, we cannot get out of this renting for the rest of our lives. At some point, we got to make home ownership very, very doable, very, very important. Home ownership, as you know, leads to getting people out of poverty and leads to dealing with wealth. So overall, Adolfo, I said Adolfo, Commissioner Carrion.
That's okay. You can call me Adolfo, Charles. I know you a long time.
Yes. Overall, we got to deal with this racism. It's deep.
Sir.
It's deep, Adolfo. We got to deal with it, and it can't be placating us, but we're trying, and we got to work toward it, and it takes time. It's deep, especially for the Latino community, you know, for all of us, Latino, Latina, but the Black and Latino, Black and brown communities, it's really, really bad. And we could have already made more progress by now, even though it's early. So this is what we're very, very concerned about. We can't play lip service. We're like, I'm down with you, we're committed. It takes a minute. And I love the way our chair put it forward and said, yes, it takes time, but this is the deal. And this is where we got to go. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. And I always appreciate hearing you, and over the years watching your advocacy work. I can't agree with you more on a number of these issues. And we're here to work and honestly roll up our sleeves to address some of the issues of poverty, racism. You know that the prior administration put together Where We Live NYC, and a fundamental building block, that poured foundation that now we're building our blueprint on, was really to deal with discrimination and racial inequities of opportunity in housing in all its manifestations. So I'm going to try to address a couple of the points that you raise and questions you raise, and I'm going to also ask my colleagues to help me with specifics, because I do agree both with you and the chairwoman and Chairman Brennan that the devil is in the details, as Chairman Brennan said at the start. I want to make a point of clarification on the AMIs, where I don't know if it was misunderstood that I said this is not something I would like to debate. I think we need to debate it on a large scale across the country, right? And we might need to look at micro markets and figure out how best to target our big programs for small neighborhoods with specific needs. So they're open to debate and discussion and growth. We all recognize that gentrification is an issue we have to tackle. I want to say something about the community land trusts. This administration is committed to using that as a tool to build wealth in low and moderate income communities, to create ownership opportunities So I want to make a pitch for a bill that is in the legislature now called Affordability Plus. And Affordability Plus would allow us an expanded loan authority that would allow us to engage in more creative deals for home ownership, using community land trusts as a tool. It would allow us to do something that my colleague Jessica Katz, the Chief Housing Officer, says, whenever you hear HPD say we can't do that, we can't do this, it's because we need expanded loan authority, and my colleagues can add some texture to that. So tee up, get in the batter's box so you guys can talk about it a little bit. On the MWBE front, I said it at the prelim and I'll say it again. We're going to work with you to address the disparity within the disparity. And I said it in my remarks at the beginning. And you brought it up, council member, where you said, look, you know, the numbers tell us a different story about who's getting the opportunity here. We've tried one step with the New York City Acquisition Fund where we said, look, let's target it to minority. We're working on a guarantee fund, which I'll shed a little light later on, you know, when we have the ability to talk about it publicly, and I've got everybody sign off, but it's a minority business enterprise guarantee fund that would allow us to back up these emerging developers, what we call emerging developers, because they're small. They don't have the financial capacity in some cases, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't have the opportunity to participate in what we know in New York City is a multi-billion-dollar affordable housing industry. It is what it is. On the point, I invite some of my colleagues to chime in on that. And then on the issue of subsidies for home ownership, I think I ran through some of the programs on preserving home ownership and what we can do to help communities preserve home ownership, what we can do for homeowners who need to stay in their homes, but you know their costs are running over, they can't keep up with the physical plant is falling down around them, and they don't have the income or the ability to borrow enough money to fix their home. We have a program that reaches thousands of people, and a home first down payment assistance program. And these cut deeper into the AMIs, which again, you know, it's all about the AMIs, unfortunately. But so there's a number of things that we are doing and that we are going to expand, and you're going to see in the housing blueprint a deeper, expanded commitment to home ownership. And let me just say the Affordability Plus, I know you guys get elected alongside some of your partners on the Assembly side and the Senate side. They're working out Affordability Plus right now as a bill that's co-sponsored on the Senate side by Kavanaugh and on the Assembly side by Simbrowitz. That bill needs to get through to help us do our job and address some of these issues. And I'll pass it on to maybe Ahmed a little bit on the CLTs and then whoever wants to pick up on the MWBEs and home ownership.
Thank you, Commissioner. And where I think I'll start off with is sort of the RFP work, and then actually my colleague, Assistant Deputy Commissioner Kindarga, who oversees the CLT unit, will go even further. But you know, simply put, there are a couple of tools that we're working with, and just to give you specific numbers, Council Member, you know, one tool being our MWBE only RFP. So it was something that we were able to put together after the city engaged in a disparity study that allowed us to try to get our foot forward and explore different ways to do this work. We were able to issue out an RFP in the first round at 6 sites that overall created about 467 units of housing in Brooklyn, Bronx, and Manhattan. After the success of that, we did issue out a second RFP for 2 sites in Brooklyn on Bergen and Dean, former HPD properties, and we're hoping to announce the results of that. I think beyond those numbers, we know that's not enough, and what it told us is that this is possible. It's possible, especially when we create the opportunity for that to happen, that we can get successful designations out of that work. We had talked earlier about the number of public sites overall, and that over time, as the new rules that we put in place, the targeted funding from the acquisition fund, we expect more designations to come out of that work. Additionally, I'll say that from our work throughout the city, we've made great progress in getting vacant lots out into the designation pipeline. We started at a little over 1,100, we're down to 750. That we have gone through at least 75% of the 750 are possible sites that we can put into a program, move them forward. And so we're going to be looking to put more of those sites into a CLT position. Very recently, Jerome Anthony, which is a homeownership project, will actually be, the underlying regulation will be a CLT. So we know that we can do some homeownership projects and rentals. So we're testing tools and making sure that they're strong. And I'll turn it over to Acting Deputy Commissioner Darga.
Thank you. So as Deputy Commissioner Tagani mentioned, we're certainly trying to expand the work that we're doing with a range of owners, including CLTs, MWBEs, and other nonprofits as well, on public sites. But most of our work today is actually not on public sites. And so I appreciate that our commissioner mentioned Affordability Plus. Our current loan authorities really substantially limit our ability to fund home ownership, as well as to provide financial support for CLTs. Most of our loan authorities today don't allow us to actually provide financing where there is a ground lease. And the way a CLT works is they own the underlying land and then they lease it to another entity. And so without the actual loan authorities to provide financing for CLTs, we are really limited in the work that we can do with them. We have a number of projects in the pre-development pipeline at this time, but most of those are actually on public sites because that's where we have the legal authority to do so. So I think anything that you can do to support the work that we're doing at the state level to expand our loan authorities would be really appreciated. We're also limited in the amount of financial assistance that we can provide to existing homeowners based on our loan authorities, which is creating some limitations, particularly for 1 to 4 family homeowners, where we're trying to provide some additional support. We are really interested in exploring use of CLTs where we are creating or preserving specifically, but creating new homeownership opportunities. We believe that having that long-term stewardship and governance of a CLT can really be beneficial in supporting those homeowners long-term and ensuring long-term affordable housing. And again, that is limited by our loan authorities today. I would be happy to spend the rest of the time of this hearing talking about the challenges that we have and how you may be able to support us. But if you have questions about that and we can provide more information, I would be really happy to do so. Just one other note. I do believe the commissioner mentioned earlier, but I do want to call out that we did change the New York City Acquisition Fund to make sure that it was only available for nonprofits and MWBEs. And CLTs as a nonprofit are potentially eligible to apply, but unfortunately we are limited in providing the subsidy that would take out that bridge financing at this time because of the loan authority issue.
I just would add that a great example of the work is the RFP we put out in tandem with the work we're doing in Edgemere to get a CLT in place to coincide with both the resiliency work and the homeownership and the rental work we're trying to do there. Because of the complications there, to achieve all 3 goals, having more flexibility and financing tools is going to be key for the long-term success there as well. We, of course, will always work and try to find new ways, but Affordability Plus would be a great tool in that area.
Look forward to working with you, council member.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Deputy Speaker Ayala.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think you pretty much answered most of our questions. Commissioner, it's so nice to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Really, really excited to have you at HPD. So I just want to just reiterate, some of what my colleagues have said. In regards to the wait time for projects, I have a bunch of lists that I can share of really great projects that have been in the pipeline for a really long time. And it would be nice to see some of those, be able to close this year. I know that we are approving a lot at a faster rate than we can, budget for, but there has to be at least some indication of where in the pipeline these projects are, because we're approving them, and there's a lot of concern in the council that, while we are advocating for negotiating certain AMIs, that if we leave these projects in the abyss for too long, then those negotiations don't matter. So that's one thing that I wanted to kind of highlight. And then in regards to the projects that are developed now, one of the things that we are seeing as well is that the subsidy is not high enough to really meet the needs of the local community. So we're developing a lot more smaller units because of the financing. And that in my district is a problem because, by nature, we, Black and Brown communities, we have larger families, and we're not building in a way that truly accommodates for that. So that really concerns me. And the concern, the feedback that I'm getting from the developers is really that it's a financing issues. I'm sure that I have a need for, but I don't believe that I have a huge demand, in my district for studios and 1-bedrooms. On the contrary, we need a lot more 3s and 4s. So I don't know if this is something that HPD captures data on to kind of determine, based on the number of applications that we receive through the lottery system, like what is the largest demand, and then maybe we can kind of tailor the RFPs in a way that is more reflective of that data. In regards to the CLTs, I will add that I have one in East Harlem. I'm really excited and really proud of that one. I prefer that model to the TIL program, because what we have seen throughout the years is that while the intentions were great, a lot of the buildings that did transition over and became and allowed community residents to become homeowners have been sold and become profit bearing for those same tenants. And that was not the intent of the program, right? The intent was to keep people in place, and the CLT model does that more efficiently, and it allows a little bit more flexibility in terms of being able to move from one size unit to another size unit to better accommodate the needs of your family. It's better on succession rights. So there are a lot more benefits. So any assistance that we can lend on the state end to help with that, I'm all in. I've even suggested that, through the third-party transfer program, which is, I'm not sure what the status is on that maybe the CLT be a place to transfer those buildings to, as opposed to transferring them to for-profit, organizations. And then the only questions that I do have are regarding out of the funding that we're receiving this year, what % of that is going towards the construction of senior and supportive housing? And 2, what % of that is going to helping HDFCs that are already in trouble?
Okay, well, council member, good to see you as well. And let me just say before we respond that I look forward to, I'm very familiar with your district, and as you know, we look forward to working in partnership with you. And I'll tell you that in general, on the pipeline waiting time, it's terribly frustrating. It's frustrating for us as well. And on a very high level, I'll just tell you that repeat what I said earlier, that the challenge is not necessarily budgeting right now, but it's filling the positions. When we're working with OMB to do that as quickly as possible, so we can get the project managers in place, so we can get the lawyers in place, so we can get the projects out through the door as quickly as possible. And your help has been immense in terms of the council's side of the advocacy, because this is a partnership, it is a conversation. We're all in this together. We want to row in the same direction. So backfilling and adding the new positions that the new budget allows us. On the supportive housing, front, projects for supportive housing where HPD is providing subsidy, the average project total development cost, as I said earlier, is about $500,000 a unit, and you know what the subsidy is. I'll let Kim just speak a little bit to your question, and then just to touch on deepening the subsidy. That's a challenge we're looking at, and we're looking at it as an administration. We know that putting a family there at the 30% AMI precipice, where they're barely affordable in a big city like ours with the expenses that are added to living here, it is a precipice. It's a dangerous place to be, right? One major event in your family's life can turn things and get that family where they're missing rent payments and they're missing other opportunities and potentially find themselves homeless. Which what the blueprint does is it looks at this whole journey of a New Yorker family or an individual holistically. And how do we ensure that people don't fall off the precipice? How do we ensure that they have the families who need the rental assistance are getting it and are getting it as deeply as possible, relieving the rent burden, providing supportive housing, allowing that transition from homeless temporary housing to permanent supported housing, and ultimately home ownership for many families. So that's what we have to do. But I'll let Deputy Commissioner Darga talk a little bit to your question.
Sure. So I just want to make sure I understood, Deputy Speaker Ayala. Your question was specifically about the amount of resources that we put into supportive housing.
No. I wanted to know what percentage of the $5 billion was going towards the construction of senior and supportive housing.
Okay, so maybe I'll start with senior housing. So senior housing is created and preserved across a range of programs and initiatives within HPD. We certainly have the Senior Affordable Rental Apartment Program, the SARA program, which is our main program for creating new senior use restricted housing, affordable housing. But we also do preservation of existing senior housing through our HUD multifamily program. And our aging in place program basically provides additional support for seniors across every single one of our preservation programs. So the budget there, it's just built into the existing program budgets. I can get back to you on the amount of resources specifically for the SARA program, if that's what you're interested in. But
I just want to chime in that, by the year 2030, we're expecting to have more older adults in New York City than we have children in public schools. And even throughout the de Blasio administration, we did absolutely nothing to prepare for that influx of older adults. And that's older adults that are living in dilapidated housing and public housing that are now shuttered because they can't leave their apartments because they live in walk-up apartments, seniors that are in the shelter system because they can no longer afford rent. And so I know that there's a lot of commitment and a lot of demand for affordable housing for families in general, but when we're talking about, taking a holistic look at the individual, then we have to look at the highest age bracket, and there is a tremendous need for more of that type of housing. And I want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to get us to a point where we're going to be able to meet that demand.
I understand. Okay. Yeah, we completely agree with you. I think there's some things that we've been trying to do, and we could explore further. The Aging in Place initiative is about meeting seniors where they are today within our housing. And I think that it sounds like that's what you're particularly concerned about, is not just the 100% kind of senior housing need, but also trying to figure out how to support seniors more generally where they are today. That initiative specifically offers seniors an option to modify the physical layout of their apartment in order to make it a safer place for them to live as they age and to reduce trip hazards specifically. We've also built that type of assessment into our design work more generally across both new construction and preservation programs. And with regard to housing costs, which I know can be particularly difficult to manage for households that have fixed income. In our projects, we try to offer what we can, either rental assistance through Section 8 or connect buildings to SCREE where there are households that are eligible for SCREE, and that may help them control those costs long term. I think there's plenty of more opportunities. So I would love to hear.
And we can talk about a lot of this offline, but the commissioner made a comment about the cost of supportive housing being a lot higher, right? $500,000 per unit. What is driving up the cost for that type of housing?
So new construction in general is more expensive, but specifically there are two costs that we're looking at: the total development costs. Total development costs is a function of whether it's new construction or preservation. In general, preservation is cheaper, and I would say in general, because there are some exceptions to the rule there. There are a few programs we administer in preservation that are more expensive than new construction. But in general, new construction is more expensive. It's ground up, you may have to do demolition, and then all of the, not just construction costs, but the soft costs associated with financing a project. So having a construction loan, et cetera, drive up the cost of the project. So the more interest rates potentially rise, the more we potentially have higher development costs within our project.
Basically, the cost of a supportive housing unit is the average cost of a housing unit in New York City, which is about $500,000 a year.
Right.
Understood.
I mean, $500,000.
I know the mayor's commitment to end homelessness, to at least make a real dent in it. I'm assuming that I'm hoping that part of, these dollars are going towards the construction of supportive housing, because the only real way out of this homeless crisis is through the construction of, these types of units. So, I just want to put that out there in the universe. I don't want to take up any more time because I know that I have our colleagues.
Yeah. And just to say, there's a big commitment on the supportive housing side to the safe haven, spend on this.
Yeah, but it's not the same. I like the safe havens as a temporary, but we're looking at more permanent.
Right. It's one element of addressing a very large issue and a very complex issue. And then there's another bill in Albany, and I know time is always working against us, but there's also the hotel conversion bill, which would allow us some flexibility converting some of these underutilized hotels to permanent supported housing, which I think is what you're speaking to more. And I'll make a pitch for that as well, council members, and say, look, right now, the state legislature is also debating that, and we want to make sure that gets through and gives us the flexibility to use those buildings.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Majority Whip Brooks Powers.
Time will begin.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Commissioner, and to your team. I'm glad to hear you talking about MWBEs. That's a space that's very important to myself and my colleagues. I just wanted to go a little deeper and understand, are there any new investments in the executive budget that will enhance HPD's target for the MWBE partners on development projects? Also, on the labor side, I'm interested in understanding how HPD engages with organized labor around some of the larger developments as well. Mm-hmm. And then pivoting to home ownership programs. In my district in particular, and really across the city, I've seen a substantial amount of investments that's gone into affordable housing that's been largely centered around rental units. And I know in some conversations, I've been told that HPD, I think, has maybe one or two programs that's like a homeowner program, but that they do not tend to utilize that program. I would love to see more homeownership opportunities so that people in the community can have a greater stake in their neighborhoods. And so I'm interested in understanding the executive budget adds $4 million in city resources in fiscal 2022 for HPD's down payment assistance program, Home First. Yet the funding is not baseline. Will the program only still benefit about 70 households this year? And is there a plan to ramp this up in upcoming fiscal years? Also, does HPD commit any resources to legal defense for low-income homeowners? Are there any baseline programs, or is it all council discretionary funding for that? And then just lastly, would love to have a commitment under your new leadership with HPD to see greater efforts to bring forth home ownership, affordable home ownership opportunities across the city.
Thank you, Council Member. And like I've told you, through our numerous conversations, I look forward to getting out there. I love your district, and I want to get out by the ocean, by the edge of our city and the edge of our country there.
And the top 25 with the beaches now.
Yes, it's a great place. Let me just make sure that we're covering the bases you brought up. On the MWB, you were asking whether we have any new support for that and new initiatives. Is that right?
Yes, any new investments.
New investments. And very directly on the new positions that we're going to be able to, that we've been able to secure, we are getting some compliance analysts to build up our MWBE build-up program, which sets goals for MWBE contractor utilization and development projects. So it's really the keepers of the metrics of these programs, because that's part of the challenge, is making sure that we set targets, and then are we meeting them? How are we meeting them? Can we meet them? So just to answer on that, on the MWBE effort and focus, I'll let one of my colleagues address that in a little bit, but I want to just make sure we get to the other items that you asked about. Let me just say, with regard to in general to the MWBEs, and I know you heard it in my initial comments, that we're committed. This administration, the Adams administration, is committed to making sure that we fully engage the minority and business and women-owned business enterprises in doing business with the city. And there's an ample opportunity here in HPD with the kind of capital budget we have, and with the size of agency that we are, where we can engage minority businesses. So we'd like to grow the Economic Opportunity and Inclusions Program team to assist with our efforts to track and promote programs like the Build Up program, as I said, which sets the goals and then and measures the contractor utilization on these development projects, and our Pathways to Opportunity program, which increases the prevalence of minority and women-owned marketing agents. Additionally, staff in the Office of Neighborhood Strategic Initiatives and Office of Development aid in advancing the use of MWBE developers that are awarded parcels or close on construction financing. We want to continue to expand that effort. And as was said before, we advocated for the change in the New York City Acquisition Fund to target minority, women-owned businesses and nonprofits, which of course by extension as you heard, also will allow us to work with CLTs if we can get, to make a plug again, the Affordability Plus passed in the state legislature. I don't know if Ahmed or Brendan want to chime in on this a little bit.
Well, I could, sir, I can speak a little bit to the question about homeownership in Edgemere. So Majority Whip Brooks Powers, I want to first thank you for you and your office's time and attention to the conversation around affordable housing in Edgemere. As you know, we are both trying to address the issues around homeownership, rental access, but also around resiliency and protecting and making sure we're investing for those who have been there and help build up that community. In both the Edgemere plan that's currently before you and in the complementary CLT, I do want to stress that both plans do foresee home ownership as part of the overall mix. And we can, happy to talk to you more offline and get into the nitty gritty about sort of the urban planning rationale about what's where and how. But I will say that we did hear very clearly from the community sessions and the conversations throughout your area that homeownership is a very key piece of the identity, that they did not want a monolith of housing, one type of housing. They wanted us to create a variety of different housing types and access points. And so homeownership is contemplated to be part of it. And again, the CLT that's being sought after to come and be part of this program in our solicitation, in our outreach, and our RFP, we were very clear that we wanted people who are competent and understood how to bring homeownership to this area. And as Commissioner Darga mentioned before, we see CLTs and homeownership being a good match. So we do believe that both the zoning and the land use actions that we're taking, the CLT we're moving forward, and the fact that we have current financing mechanisms plus future ones we're trying to pursue to make homeownership a very possible mix of what you're creating.
Deputy Commissioner, thank you for that, and thank you for bringing up Edgemere resiliency also. And I would like to, I know we're going to have more conversations offline about it, but I would like to, on the record, just share, like, when HPD and city planning look at communities and these rezoning opportunities, it's so important to look from, a bird's eye view versus, and see the full landscape of what's happening in a community. And Far Rockaway in particular, and I'm sure it's like this in other districts, there's substantial development underway. And we have thousands of, apartments that are being brought up, similar to what Deputy Speaker shared, with a lot of studio and one bedroom apartments, not apartments that's looking at larger families or, seeing sufficient home ownership opportunities. Because even with Edgemere resiliency, is great when you talk about the resiliency aspect and the down zoning by the water, which makes sense, as well as the opportunity for home ownership. But then you have lots that are looking to be upzoned, literally across one main street from where Auburn East is going to be. So when you look at all of the development that's happening, I think it's important to look at stuff like that. But I'm glad to hear that you all are looking at this in this way, because it's critical to see more affordable home ownership and creating the pathways for people to have that opportunity, which happen through grant opportunities and first-time home buyer opportunities. And so I would love to see a commitment from HPD to do more of that. I do have questions about the CLT, but I'll save that for offline as well.
We look forward to following up and talking to you more about that.
Thank you.
Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Chairs Brennan and Sanchez. Commissioner, great seeing you, and thank you and your team for being here. I have two quick questions. So in 2016, the city passed Local Law 152 that will require periodic inspections of gas piping systems in districts like mine, Councilmember Barron's, and some others that are for small homeowners who will be impacted by these inspections. So that being said, I wanted to know what was HPD's plan of awareness to constituents regarding Local Law 152, and if funds were allocated in the executive budget allocated for outreach components to this program. And the second one is a program that I love. This is the basement apartment program. I wanted to know, with the pilot program being another pathway for affordable housing for some New Yorkers, we wanted to know, is that going to be expanded in the executive budget? I didn't see it in there, but I wanted to know, is HPD advocating for this, advocating for an enhancement to this program? And how is flooding being considered a part of that, being that we have major infrastructure issues here in New York City? And last question is, I love HPD and your district outreach program. And I wanted to know how much funding is in the executive budget for that, and how much is needed to make sure it's successful in all 51 districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. And let me do the ADUs first, the basement apartments / accessory dwelling units, which speaks to, you know, a lot of the work that you all have done as a city council, this generation of council members, the last class, the class before that, prior administrations. Right now, we have a bill in the state legislature that we're supporting. We're asking all our friends and colleagues everywhere to please talk to those legislators about getting that through. What it does, basically, it gives us local authority. It grants New York City the authority to set up rules and boundaries and waivers and permissions and whatever we need to do. Code changes in the building, whatever it is we need to do to ensure that we can create a system where we legalize, make safe, and create opportunity for new housing, and legalize the existing units and make them safe. And we think this is one of a number of tools that we can use to create affordable housing and to create housing in general. We have a real supply problem in New York City. So yes, we'd support it. We'd love for you guys to, you know, get behind this. And then, of course, we're going to have a local debate about ensuring that it's safe. But and I'm not getting into the weeds other than to say egress, light and air, you know, fire safety, ceiling heights, all these things. We're gonna end up having to do certain tweaks of our rules over here. HPD in your district, we look forward to being there. I'm gonna defer to either Rich or someone else for what the funding is. I think we funded already internally, so they could speak to that. And then on local law 152, I'll obviously defer to Anne Marie Santiago. So why don't Rich, you want to take the in your district, or someone?
I can actually take both.
Oh,
thank you, council member, and I'm glad to hear that you appreciate and support that program. We're really excited to get out to every district. We want to work closely with you to pick a spot in your district where you know we'll get a lot of foot traffic and we'll get a lot of people that we can supply information about housing lottery and owners with information about things like registration and tenants with how to make a complaint. So we're excited about that. That is part of our regular work. So it doesn't need to be funded extra in the budget. Our Division of Neighborhood Preservation is already staffed to come out and do this program for you every year. On local law 152, I do believe that that's an issue for the Department of Buildings, and I know that they're up next, so I will defer to them. But to just let you know that in any way, we work a lot with Department of Buildings on getting messaging out to property owners. So I'm sure when they're ready to engage in some campaign, we'll work closely with them.
I look forward to you putting some funding in the budget for that as well, so that our constituents have that information. And with the funding that you've already allocated for HPD and your district outreach program, that's for the whole year for all 51 districts to make it successful?
Generally, we focus on it during the summer months and the fall, because at some point it gets too cold for people to want to stop by our outreach van. But we are committed to doing all 50 districts, 52 districts, I think there's 51. 51, I knew it was in there. And so we are fully ready to meet that commitment.
I'll just add to Deputy Deputy Commissioner Santiago's comment. In addition to that, we also have our neighborhood education and outreach team. So we either supplement, help, we make sure that if in other inside settings, virtual, we're still doing more. So we actually have two different parts of HPD working together or separately when necessary to do it, to make sure it's covered, funded, and available to council members who want us to be there.
All right, and regarding the basement program, I know there's a legislative ask, but I wanted to know if there was a funding ask, so we could have that conversation offline, but thank you for answering the questions. I will yield to our chairs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. And I just want to say we've been joined by Councilmembers Yeager, Moya, and Ariola. Next, we're going to turn to Councilmember Dinowitz, followed by Councilmembers Osei, Brewer, Richardson, Jordan, and Hudson. And I just want to remind everyone that we are behind schedule because the Department of Buildings still has yet to testify. But next, we'll turn to Councilmember Dinowitz.
Your time will begin. Thanks, Sergeant. Thanks, Malcolm. Hello, commissioners. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Carrion. It's great to see you. It's great to see a fellow Bronxite in that chair. I have questions based on the Mitchell-Lama program, which you mentioned. Again, if it was your testimony or in your response to Chair Sanchez's question. I actually grew up in a Mitchell-Lama building. That's where I spent most of my life.
I know.
And I'm sure you may know. And then as a young adult, I actually moved into Mitchell-Lama. That was my wife's and my first apartment. There's a Mitchell-Lama in my district, Tracy Towers. It's the second biggest Mitchell-Lama in the Bronx. You know, the Rent Guidelines Board, for example, said there's going to be people who are apoplectic, 6% increase. Tracy Towers over the next 3 years is going to see a 22% increase in their rents. 22%. I mean, that's almost unfathomable that anyone's rent would go up that much, particularly in a program that's designed for middle-income New Yorkers. And as we talk, and as you talk, and your deputies and other commissioners talk, we really are focused on keeping people in their homes. And we've been back and forth along with their local assembly member and the local state senator. We've been back and forth with HPD about reducing that number, but we've gotten nowhere. So as we talk about keeping rents, manageable, has HPD made any progress in ensuring that the folks at Tracy Towers can actually stay in their apartments and not see that significant increase?
Council member, good to see you as well, and thank you for bringing up the Mitchell-Lama issue. It's an important, part and a significant part of our portfolio. We're not responsible for all the Mitchell-Lamas in New York City in terms of financing them or managing them or working with them directly, but we obviously inspect every multifamily building in New York City. And then, of course, we have Mitchell-Lamas that are directly in our portfolio.
This is a city-run Mitchell-Lama.
Yes.
I'm comfortable asking you.
I know. You obviously did your homework. Let me turn to Kim to see if she can help on this. I know that we have Deputy Commissioner Anne Marie Hendrickson, who unfortunately couldn't join us today. She had an emergency. Is there someone that can help with this question?
Yeah, Councilmember, I think we may have to get back to you on the rent increase specifically for Tracy Towers, as that's the housing supervision team couldn't join today. But generally, I know that operating costs have been going through the roof, and that's across all residential property in New York City. But particularly we've seen operating costs in our affordable housing properties also going up. Insurance costs have gone through the roof. And so we have been trying to balance making sure that properties have sufficient revenue to cover their expenses with making sure that rents remain affordable for residents, and where we can. I know at least in the preservation portfolio that I've overseen, we have been trying to bring rental subsidies in to support as needed. So I think on Tracy Towers specifically, it might be better to have a follow-up conversation with.
Sure, and because we have a minute, I don't mean to be rude. I just mean to
No problem.
I do want to talk about bringing in those rental subsidies for a sec, but I do need to say that I think most people are reasonable. I think also most people would agree that 22% increase is unreasonable. And there's a number between 0 and 22 that is reasonable for the 800, I think it's like 800 somewhat apartments in Tracy. And not to mention that the facilities there are not really taken care of the way that dignified people, the way people living with dignity should have their facilities, their homes being taken care of. And Commissioner, you mentioned that we can't live in silos, and I agree very much with that. So what you've done, I think you've done some outreach, and we've been asked to do some outreach, which we've done to ensure that the families, or especially the older adults there, who are eligible for SCREE, actually get the application. I'm just wondering if the income affidavit is actually sent to you to HPD. What communication happens between HPD and the Department of Finance to actually make that process easier? In other words, if I'm an older adult, right, I'm already putting down almost all the information you need, or you have that information, why do I also have to fill out these extra forms for the Department of Finance? Isn't that something that HPD could just do on behalf of the people living really in this Mitchell-Lama or any city-run Mitchell-Lama?
Well, you're pointing to one of the issues that you'll hear me talking about. You'll hear Chief Housing Officer Katz talking about, and that will be a major feature of our blueprint to reduce the burdens on people using and living in New York City housing, right?
Wait, I just want to be happy for a second. So am I hearing that as part of the blueprint, you're going to make it easier by communicating with Department of Finance and automatically signing up older adults who are eligible for SCREE and not making them go through extra hoops, given that HPD on their income affidavit has all the information they need?
Yeah, well, we have a lot of forms we need to get rid of or reduce redundancies across the board for tenants, for owners, for everybody involved in housing in New York City. So the mayor has charged us, under the leadership of Deputy Mayor Torres Springer, to do streamlining. In the blueprint, we're talking about streamlining and reducing burdens. We want to address this issue, with our customer very seriously and very aggressively. So you're going to be hearing a lot about this. It shouldn't be so hard to get help. It shouldn't be so hard to access a program in New York City. If you already live here and you're part of our rent stabilization system, or you live in New York City Housing Authority housing, or if you're in one of our developments that we finance, why are we making it difficult? And we're gonna attack that problem very aggressively.
I agree with you, and I hope that as part of that process, I think I'm presenting a very simple but very helpful solution to ensure that older adults get that rental assistance they need in our Mitchell-Lamas, given that you HPD has that information. Yep. That is one idea right there that I think would really help our older adults. And just very quickly, is the income affidavit, given that there are some state and city Mitchell-Lamas, is this a New York City document, or is this a state document that you are required to use?
I don't know if Executive Director Eileen Reynolds can speak to this, but if you can, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, we can get back to you with specifics, but
and this is the last. Thank you. This is the last thing, and I know I'm over time, which is why I'm speaking quickly. And I hope I'm not being rude, but interrupting. The reason I'm asking is because my previous chair was I was the chair of the Veterans Committee in the council, and one of the issues we dealt with was identifying veterans. Executive Order 65 from last year charged city agencies with creating intake form or a question on the intake form to determine if to get a better sense of who is a veteran. And so specifically because veterans very often have access to housing benefits, it should be the case that the income affidavit for the Mitchell-Lama program includes a question as to whether the resident is a veteran. And if it is a city form, you are able to change it. I think you should, because that would also lend itself to providing the information that you need or the Department of Finance needs to ensure that our veterans are getting those housing supports that they are entitled to, and would help even more people stay in their homes.
Duly noted. Duly noted.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for the work. It's really important. Housing, is top of the list for so many of us. So thank you for all of your work in trying to make sure we're housed with dignity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Osei.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair Sanchez and Chair Brannon, for hosting this insightful hearing. And hello to the administration and Commissioner Carrion. Nice to see you over
Nice
Zoom.
to see you again.
The city has an affordable housing crisis that has only been exacerbated by the pandemic, as we all know. And working class Black and Brown New Yorkers are the ones most impacted by this housing crisis. With folks being pushed out of their homes due to gentrification, corrupt landlords, and eviction, the housing crisis has led to an influx of homelessness in our city. And with our shelters being overburdened, and our neighbors are forced to rely on our streets and open spaces for shelter. As the commissioner has said and testified today, homelessness is a housing problem. Yet Mayor Adams continues to run sweeps throughout our city and overly fund the NYPD rather than fully funding HPD. HPD can play a huge role in solving the homelessness crisis and the affordable housing crisis in our city. But it is key that we need to fund this agency. In my district, 85% of the calls I receive are from tenants who lack proper repairs in their buildings, lack of heat, gas, water, complaints of trash and mold. And these buildings are the same buildings with over 50 open HPD violations from the last year. As Chair Sanchez stated in her opening statement, we need to fully staff HPD. Yes, the executive budget includes funding for an additional 77 positions of HPD, but these are related to lead paint remediation, equal opportunity, general counsel, and other administrative fields. Those are important, yes, but how are we ensuring that HPD is fully equipped, staff-wise and resource-wise, to address all violations in the city and to ensure that the backlog of repairs are being met?
Council Member Osei, thank you. You cover a number of critical areas where we are working very hard. I'll start with the last point about how are we staffing to ensure that we can inspect and keep up with the many complaints that your office receives and community boards receive, and obviously we receive. We're budgeted for close to 470 inspectors, and currently we're in excess of 140 short. So we have 140 vacancies. We're working very closely with the Department of Citywide Administrative Services to do something that is unusual and somewhat creative, not terribly creative, which is do provisional hires and hurry up and hire enough people, enough inspectors to get ready for our next heat season, which starts in October. In addition to that, we're gonna launch some job fairs with the Department of Citywide Administrative Services. I believe at the end of last week, we circulated a posting of those inspector positions to every one of the 51 council members. You should take advantage of that and get that information out to your district and to your constituents. These are good jobs with good benefits, and we need good folks, in there. Let me share a little bit about the issue of homelessness. So far in fiscal year 22, our homeless placement services team has placed 1,650 households into permanent housing. We anticipate making 2,000 placements by the end of the fiscal year. And I think you all are aware of the mayor's investment in safe haven and stabilization beds, so that as we try to deal with the issue of public safety and clearing up public spaces, that we do this in a way that gives people the dignity that they deserve and a place they can call home. And we have a lot more work to do in that regard, but $171 million investment is a start. I also mentioned the hotel conversion bill that's up in the legislature that looks to take underutilized hotels around the city and work with our local building department, the Department of City Planning, ourselves, and other agencies to create permanent housing for formerly homeless individuals and permanent housing for families as well. So, we're doing a number of things to address what is really a very complex, a complex challenge. I'll punt it to a couple of my colleagues who can address this issue a little further. I think
before I know it's a time inspired, but I would love to take as much time as Councilmember Dinowitz had. But I do want to just go deeper into these, violations and infractions within the homes of many New Yorkers that have not been inspected nor fixed. If you were to give a price tag for how much monies should be allocated to HPD to address these violations in many of our different apartments and buildings, what would that price tag look like?
Well, I will say this, and right now our issue is more about being able to hire enough inspectors to keep up with the demand for inspections. So we need to backfill 140 some odd vacancies in this agency. We also need to add new positions, and I believe we're getting in this new budget 27 new positions in enforcement on top of the 140, which would take us over 500 inspectors. I think one of the issues that we're going to need to tackle is the capacity of our inspectors to go out there and do the inspections in the most efficient way. And a lot of our inspectors are using their personal vehicles. A lot of our inspectors sometimes have to take mass transit. So there are issues that we should revisit in partnership with the city council. And I'm happy to do a deeper dive in that area. But we need to use the capacity we have, but we don't have the people in position to exercise that capacity.
Well, Commissioner, I just want to push us a little further because this is, the executive budget hearing for HPD, and housing is the #1 issue for many of my colleagues, if not all of us.
Yep.
Do you think that with over 500 staffers on HPD to do the work that needs to be done, that will be adequate enough to address the needs that we are presenting in this hearing, or no?
I think we can keep up with the demand if we have the people in place.
And that's over 500?
Yes.
Somewhere around that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Brewer.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner.
Hi, Councilmember.
How are you?
Good. How are you, Gil?
Fine. I have a whole bunch of little questions. First of all, 100% support the hotel stabilization bill. I think it's S4937A6262, and I'm writing letters of support. It's the assembly that's the problem, so we got to focus on them.
Thank you.
I hope in Albany also, you're also maybe thinking about increasing the SCREE amount, because so many people are not able to fit into that 50,000, maybe up to 60,000, something to think about. Also, the issue of TIL to HCFC. I thought there were 103. I know you said 89 left, but one of the concerns, and we always have smart, challenging people in Manhattan, is that they want to go not to ANCP, but back to HDFC, where you and I started some years ago. So taking some of that 200 of the 282 million that apparently is going to ANCP and use it to fix up the buildings and then give them to the tenants without mortgages, because otherwise when you're stuck with the mortgage plus everything else, you end up with a fairly high shareholder maintenance. So I'm just saying, I'd love to have more discussion, not now, but I think I put some money in as borough president to help some buildings do that. They still will not change over until they have more discussion. So I think that at least is worth a talk.
We're happy to have the policy discussion with you.
Okay. FDNY, I know that your open statement correctly takes too long to develop. And I have so many, we had this in a former hearing. FDNY is just like HPD. They don't have enough inspectors. So you finish your building, you finish your childcare center, whatever, and you can't get an inspector for sometimes 6 to 8 months to come and sign off on that building. So while you're doing, we need to fix the development, boy, you have to look at FDNY and I'm sure other agencies. I know you're collaborating, but without them, you can't sign off. So I hope you're looking at that. I also, on your shelters to be converted issue, we love stabilization, we love safe haven, but I also think we should put money towards converting some of the shelters where you got 40 people in a room, et cetera. We got to think differently. Then people are not going to join that, and it's not good generally. So are you also thinking more out of the box about how to convert some of these shelters into safe haven, stabilization, et cetera? So it's permanent long-term, not a shelter. How are you thinking about that?
We're looking for every option available to us to create permanent supportive housing for people who are in the shelter system, getting them out, getting them graduated to those permanent supportive units.
Okay.
And that's why we're looking at, that the hotel conversion is so important.
No, I know. I got the hotel conversion. I know SROs. I understand all that, but I'm just saying there are places that have permanent, that have transitional, even for some of the women, it seems to me that we should make them permanent. And so nobody's talking about that. You're only talking about new shelter, new safe havens, new stabilization, but not converting. We didn't do it during the pandemic. So I'd love to have that on the table.
Okay.
And then also, in terms of money, when we do transitional housing, we have some cities, some states, some federal. And I've always wondered for the last 40 years, why we can't take, I understand it's a match, so you have to fuss around with that, but why can't we just take some of that city money and use it towards stabilization, conversion, safe haven, and let and get away from this endless transitional. Now, I know we have a right to shelter, I got it. But one of the ways to stop it is the following. There are 9,000 people who come from upstate prisons every year to the city of New York, and 50% of them go to shelter. That's crazy. They should be going to Fortune Society. They should be going to Exodus. They should be going to people who know how to work with them. But we don't do that. We just send them right to the shelter. That has to stop, because then you'll have folks who will much more easily get permanent housing and get back on their feet. And also the same thing with the folks who come from the military. You have a lot of folks who come from the military. They shouldn't be going to shelter. They need to be going to something that's more appropriate, and they can definitely land on their own feet. Then the issue of lead. I'd love to know what your percentage is in the private housing that is being found as a challenge. Do you have those numbers in terms of lead? I know about rats and I know about so on, but I'd love to know the lead numbers, because I think they're going up, which is really bad.
I don't know, maybe Anne-Marie, can you help with that on the lead?
Sure. Thank you, Council Member. If you can just be more specific about what exactly you want from us, we can certainly get it to you. We are, as you know, the pool of buildings that are eligible now for lead inspections and the levels of lead that's required, and all of that has changed. So the landscape has resulted in more complaints and more findings of lead. But if you have a specific question, we're happy to try and answer that for you.
Yeah, my specific question, because you have to work with DOH on this, I know. Is what is the percentage of complaints and then closed cases on lead that you and DOH work on together? I happen to know, because I know everybody under your levels at all the agencies in the city of New York, that there are issues between DOH and HPD on this issue. So it's not working well, just FYI. So I want to know, what is your number in terms of complaints, closed cases, how they're being handled, et cetera. And I'll certainly ask DOH the same question.
Sure, we'll provide as much background as we can. Absolutely.
Okay, and then just finally on Mitchell Lamas, are you thinking about a Mitchell Lama Light? We have to come up with that program in a different fashion. What are you doing to think about a Mitchell Lama Light?
Let me, I'm not familiar with Mitchell Lama Light.
There is no such thing. You're thinking outside the box.
You want us to create a new
Yes, I do.
program?
Yes, I do.
All right.
And you can put it on Ward's Island. I'm a big believer that we have a huge piece of land there and we need to look at it for affordable housing for the future.
Well, if the issue is creativity, you came to the right place and the right team, and
Okay.
we're happy to talk about the future of Mitchell Lama, about being creative, the future of the, TIL being continuing to be creative, to finish, complete this process with those buildings, and any other opportunities we can get to make it, easier for people who live in New York.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Richardson Jordan.
Time starts now.
Hi, yes, I would like to echo what some of my colleagues have said around the TIL buildings. We have a good number of them in my district, and we also currently have an ANCP conversion project with 34 Morningside that is also happening in my district. I want to point out that there is private financing involved, and also a lot of times multiple mortgages. In this particular case, there's 3 mortgages on these residents, and also that the residents do not want ANCP, they want TIL. So I wanted to ask, what do you think is the possibility of this administration moving 200 mil from the ANCP budget over to the TIL program?
Council member, first of all, nice to meet you and congratulations. I look forward to getting to know you, and I know your district pretty well, so I look forward to walking it with you and working with our team. On the creation of ANCP, we should probably have somebody talk just a little bit about background on this. We know how far this program goes back. I don't know if you were here at the beginning where I talked about being a graduate student and working on organizing.
I did. I heard that response. Yes.
And look, the TIL program in many cases worked very well, and some cases didn't work well at all. In some cases, we have a small group left of buildings where the tenants have, as you suggested, resisted entering into the agreements, and these are agreements that require investment. A developer, you obviously need to.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to cut you off, but I know I'm going to have limited time. But I want to say that the residents want the agreement they were originally promised. So that's what's going on there. And also the ANCP program has profit for developers built in. I mean, this 34 Morningside project has 3.8 million in pure profit, pure developer fee built in. So we're heavily subsidizing projects that are then, making others millions. But I did want to get in another question, which is just around the vetting process.
Yeah.
So aside from having serious concerns because we're not honoring the TIL program, I'm also concerned around how we're vetting our development partners, including MWBEs, because, I do agree it's important to have diversity, but the pimping out of the Harlem community to Black development partners is, certainly nothing new. So the mere fact that it's MWBE does not mean that that is a reputable development partner. So I wanted to ask, what is the specific vetting process for those who are stewards of land and stewards of money?
Yeah, and I don't know, Kim, can you handle the vetting process, or is there anybody else? Okay.
Sure. So we have, we don't have a lot of city-owned buildings left. As we mentioned, there are still about 89 that are in the TIL program. And we use an RFQ, a request for qualifications, to qualify developers Most of the developers that participate in this program are nonprofits or MWBEs, and there are a few other for-profit developers that are interested. These are turnkey developers, so the intent is not for them to own the property long-term, but to help ensure that the renovations are done and financed successfully and the co-op set up to be successful long-term. In addition to the RFQ, which looks at everything from management experience, development experience, we also, in every single project that HPD finances, we go through an integrity review process. So we do the RFQ up front before we designate somebody. And then once we have a developer identified, before we close on any financing, we go through an integrity review. And that process requires submission of disclosures from the developer and everybody involved in the developer organization, as well as internal reference checks done by the City of New York and the Department of Investigations to confirm that we know who we're doing business with and identify any potential issues.
Okay, thank you. That is actually really helpful. If I could just, I have two. Okay, I have two follow-ups, which is just, could I get a copy of the integrity review for Genesis Companies? This is Brian Benjamin's company that has a project coming down the pike, and there's serious ethical questions. And is it also possible for me to get a list of all projects that are in pre-development in my district?
I don't know what the standards are, where the boundaries for privacy or releasing information. I will say we'll look into your request for the integrity review. Certainly all the projects that are active in your district, we can provide you a list for that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Thank you. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Hudson.
Time starts now.
Hi there. Thank you so much, Chairs Brannon and Sanchez, and hello, Commissioner Carrion. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
Commissioners as well. I wanted to just make a quick mention, piggybacking on Councilmember Richardson Jordan's comments. I also have a till property in my district, and those residents have been very reluctant to proceed with the alternative program. I think just because, similar to what she was saying about her tenants, they entered into the till agreement and now they're being offered something completely different. And it's been something actually that a project that I started working on behalf of when I was a staffer in the council and then a staffer in the public advocate's office, and now I'm the council member, and it still hasn't been rectified. So would love to maybe talk offline with you all about that specific property. Definitely. But I wanted to ask some questions about the Senior Affordable Rental Apartments Program, otherwise known as SARA. As I'm sure you all know, the number of older adults is expected to increase by 40% between the years of 2010 and 2040. And by 2030 alone, we'll have a huge increase of older adults in New York City. And so I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. Under the Housing New York plan, the previous administration committed to creating or preserving 30,000 older adult households by 2026. Does the current administration support this goal? And I should also note, I've been sort of in and out. So my apologies if anything is redundant. I think I heard somebody referencing that Councilmember Ayala.
Yes.
Ayala maybe has referred to some of this stuff. So apologies if it's redundant. But I'm just curious to know if the current administration supports that goal. And if so, what's the plan to ensure it happens? How many apartments are currently in the pipeline for the SARA program? And in what stage of the development process are these units? And overall, what's the administration's plan to house older adults, especially the 20% of older adults who live in poverty? And lastly, are there any additional accessibility requirements for SARA properties other than the federal ADA standards?
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. And in the interest of time, I saw Commissioner Ulrich already in the queue, so we'll move to to the point right away, and I'll have Kim come back because it's in that unit, the development unit. And Kim, can you pick up?
Sure. Specifically with regard to design, so we absolutely are trying to continue all of the work that we have done recently to support seniors. And I know Councilmember Ayala was also interested in this, so it might be useful to have follow-up conversation with you about some of that work and where you may think there's additional opportunities to support seniors across the city and how we can do that better.
Sure.
With regard to design, we all new construction and preservation work that we do, that we finance, we do look at accessibility within those buildings. For new construction, we build the buildings to be accessible or to meet federal accessibility requirements. And for preservation, we give existing residents an opportunity to indicate where they want modifications done within their units in order to make the unit easier for them to move around within. So if there's other follow-up questions, I'm happy to provide more information.
Great. I just confirming that the ADA is basically the floor, right? That's the baseline, that's the standard, but there's nothing that we do that's above and beyond.
We do have some additional design guidelines for Sarah buildings, so I can share that with you if you'd be interested.
Yeah, I would be. Thank you.
And Councilmember, I'll just add that on the senior sites that we build on public sites, our RFPs are often asking to go above and beyond, both in the units and also on the ground floor desired uses. So community facility activities, there's a lot of programming that goes along to make sure that the top and bottom, both services on site and the buildings themselves are addressing senior populations. So we're trying to, where we can maximize and push further, we maximize and push further. Also, we have active conversations with DFTA about ways that we can collaborate and get the latest and greatest in what we should be doing as part of our active policy work.
Thank you. And just how many number of apartments are currently in the pipeline?
Time expired.
For Sarah specifically?
Yeah.
I'll have to follow up with you.
Okay.
We'll get that number to you.
Okay. And is there a specific plan that this administration has to address the housing needs of older adults?
I'll do kind of a high level, and then maybe Kim and somebody else can address that. But the multiplicity, the alphabet soup of housing programs, addresses the needs of seniors aging in place all throughout, whether it's preservation, new construction, issues of home ownership, ensuring that seniors can stay in the homes where they've lived for generations. So it's kind of a full court press to wrap our arms around the senior population in New York City. Outside of generating new units, there's a big push, obviously, and a big need for preservation. But Kim, you may add a little color to that.
Sure. So we have tried to do three things, which are to create and preserve senior housing, senior kind of age restricted housing, and that's through the SARA program, but also through a hard multifamily program. In addition, as I mentioned, we're trying to meet seniors where they are. So in all the preservation projects that we finance, we do offer additional modifications for those households in order to make sure it is age-friendly housing, and look at rental assistance where it's appropriate. And we also, through our Home Fix program, have financing that is actually more affordable for senior homeowners, so that they can do necessary repairs within their homes to ensure that those homes remain safe for them to live in as they age, as well as to help them finance any necessary improvements. And in that program, just under 50% of the applicants have been seniors since we've launched it a couple of years ago.
Okay, so nothing new explicitly from this administration.
I think we're open to conversations. We're still identifying new strategies that may need to be in place to help supplement what has existed so far. And we're open to any conversations.
And council member, keep in mind that in a couple of weeks, several weeks, we're going to come out with housing blueprint. And in every chapter, there will be the issue of senior housing, supporting seniors, addressed, whether it's new, preserved, home ownership, public safety, public housing has a whole chapter transforming NYCHA, and they're gonna have elements in there. So it's infused throughout the housing blueprint.
I love to hear that, and I look forward to reading that. And thank you again to the chairs, because I know I have gone over my time. So thank you.
Thank you, council member. Commissioner and your staff, thank you all so much. We want to get the ultimate goal of creating or preserving 30,000 units a year is something we support, and we want to do everything we can to help you get there. If it's not at these funding levels, and we want to work together to get us to a place where we can make that happen. So,
and Chairman, I just want to be clear. We are setting goals that we're probably around 16,000 units this year. I don't expect that we're going to be at 30,000 units a year anytime soon, maybe at 20,000 next year, and we keep inching up. But I think it's really an aspirational number as we go through the next few cycles of budgeting and conversation with you all.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner, I apologize. There is one more question that Councilmember Aviles sent to me and asked me to ask you. And that is the connection between NYCHA, RAD and PACT conversions and HPD. So she is asking, on the one hand, does HPD account for increases in the number of units, I suppose citywide, in your staffing analysis and needs? And then the second part of it is in terms of PACT tenant buildings that are converted to PACT, they no longer call the NYCHA call line. When they have concerns, they call 311. So is there a specific unit or anyone at HPD that is specializes in responding to these concerns?
On the first question, we have a full complement. We will have a full complement as soon as we're done with our development team on the project management side and the legal side to do all of the deals, whether it's our partnerships with NYCHA, where we're in the deal in one way or another, or all our other production. Give me a little more clarity on the second question. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to understand it too.
I think I can adjust the question if that makes sense to folks. So
yes, thank
you. Once a building converts from NYCHA and it is being managed by the private company, the tenants are able to file complaints with 311 as any tenant is in New York City regarding building maintenance conditions, and HPD responds exactly the same way. So there is no designated team. If it goes to our borough office, if it goes there, if it's a lead complaint, it goes to our lead unit. It flows through the regular process. So those tenants should be able to call 311 and get the full enforcement services treatment, and the management company is treated like any other management company. They receive the notices of violation in the mail. If emergency repairs are warranted, that process goes on.
What about in the interim, right at the beginning, during the transition, NYCHA has a bunch of complaints from a particular building that's about to be converted. Does HPD receive those complaints, or do tenants have to file them as new complaints?
Until the management company registers with HPD, I can't speak on behalf of what NYCHA might have in its backlog or might have already received. So I think that may be a question for them. But as soon as the property registers with HPD, we start from there.
So currently HPD doesn't receive anything from NYCHA.
Correct. We are only involved in NYCHA properties insofar as someone files a complaint in housing court.
Great. Well, thank you. That was the final one. Thank you for bearing with us and hanging with us during answering all of our questions. Very helpful. There were a number of follow-up items, so we will be following up with you all to make sure the council receives all the responses. I just want to thank you for your time today.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, Chair Brandon, we're just going to quickly mic check Division of Department of Buildings and then get started right away.
Okay.
I want to remind council members we are extremely behind schedule, so please stick to the 5-minute mark. Questions that are not asked, finance staff are listening. We can circle back and follow up with you and get answers to those questions. So I will turn it to Sergeant Biondo.
Thank you. Commissioner Ulrich, you should be able to unmute yourself if you want to test your audio.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, it's good
All
to
right,
see you.
First Deputy Commissioner Valenchik.
Yes, I'm here.
All
Can you
right.
hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. Deputy Commissioner Neal. I cannot hear you.
Good afternoon.
Got you now. Thank you. And Deputy Commissioner Patino, you on? No, we'll go to Deputy Commissioner Hogan.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
All right. Looks like they're all accounted for except for Deputy Commissioner Patino, but we're ready to go.
Thank you, Sergeant. Good afternoon. Welcome to the final executive budget hearing of the day. We'll now hear from the Department of Buildings, whose new commissioner is a familiar face now, who sits on the other side of the table, out of the frying pan into the fire. Our former council member, now Commissioner of the Buildings Department, Eric Ulrich. Welcome. I'm still joined by my colleague, the Chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings, Council Member Sanchez. The Buildings Department projected FY23 budget of $230.6 million represents less than 0.5% of the city's proposed FY23 budget in the executive plan. DOB's fiscal 23 budget increased by 14.6 million or 6.7% from the preliminary plan of $216.1 million. The increase is the result of a number of actions taken, most significant of which are the $2.4 million for the Office of Building Energy and Emissions Performance, $1 million for the Office of Special Enforcement, and $312,000 for the Soho NoHo rezoning. I welcome my former colleague to testify here today and answer questions from these committees. We especially will want to hear from DOB and the team on the Climate Mobilization Act, the Local Law 97, the Office of Special Enforcement Law as it relates to the Airbnb registration, how inspections get prioritized at the department, and most critically, especially for the council to be able to better exercise its power over the budget process, budget transparency on the DOB's budget. I want to give special thanks to the entire Council Finance Division, especially John Bazile and Chima Obachair for their preparation for today's hearing. I will now turn to my colleague, Councilmember Sanchez, for her opening testimony.
Great, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to go ahead and echo some of the priorities that you've already outlined. Really look forward to hearing more about OBEEP and OSE as it relates to Airbnb enforcement. I also am going to ask a number of questions regarding headcount and vacancies at the agency, which has one of the highest vacancies of all agencies in the city of New York. And commensurate with that, I have heard many, probably the most concerns from industry about these vacancies and the ability for us to meet our affordable housing goals and just the impact on the industry in terms of safety of construction sites and all of the rest of the ways that DOB keeps or is meant to keep 1 million structures safe in the city of New York. So thank you, Chair, and I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. I'll now turn it back over to our committee counsel, Malcolm Budehorn, to go over some procedures and to swear in our administration witnesses.
For this portion of the hearing, we're joined by council members Brannan, Sanchez, Barron, Brewer, Caban, Carr, Farias, Hudson, Lewis, Osei, and Yeager. And we're also joined by the following members of the administration who will testify and/or answer questions: Commissioner Eric Ulrich, Casimir Valenchik, First Deputy Commissioner, Sharon Neal, Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration, Timothy Hogan, Deputy Commissioner of Enforcement, and Guillermo Patino, Deputy Commissioner. I will first read the oath, and after I will call on each of you to individually respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Ulrich.
I do.
First Deputy Commissioner Valenchik.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Neal.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Hogan.
I do.
And Deputy Commissioner Patino.
I do.
Commissioner Ulrich, whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. It's great to see everybody, even though we're not in person, and looking forward to the day when I can testify in the chambers in person and see all of you in the chambers again, so hopefully soon. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and Chair Brannan and members of the committees on Housing and Buildings and Finance. I am no stranger to the members of this committee. My name is Eric Ulrich. I am now serving as the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Buildings. I am joined today, as was previously mentioned, by Sharon Neal, our Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration, and other members of my leadership team, including our First Deputy Commissioner, Casimir Valenchik. We are pleased to be here to discuss the fiscal year 2023 executive budget and the department's priorities for the upcoming year. As many of you know, I was appointed Commissioner of the department last week, and I'm honored to be testifying before you today. I know firsthand how important the work of the council is in making sure that and I am committed to working with you to improve the department for the benefit of all New Yorkers, and that includes raising the bar to make construction sites safer for New York, for our city, and to make our department more efficient and responsive. And that is what I plan to do as Commissioner. My door is always open to you, and I look forward to hearing your ideas for improving the department's work. Construction and real estate are the backbone of New York City, a built environment unlike any other in the country. As the primary regulator of these vital industries, the department helps facilitate the creation of new residential and commercial space for our growing city, all while promoting safety on tens of thousands of active construction sites throughout the city for the city's nearly 1.1 million existing structures. This department strives to strike the right balance between compliant development and safety. To further its public safety mission, the department, with its over 1,600 dedicated public servants, enforces the city's construction codes, the zoning resolution, and the New York State multiple dwelling law to protect those who live, work, or visit New York City. Turning now to the fiscal year 2023 executive budget. The executive budget allocates approximately $231 million in expense funds to the department. Of this funding, approximately $173 million is for personal services, which supports 1,965 budgeted positions, and nearly $58 million for its OTPS, or other than personal services, which primarily supports contractual services, equipment, and supplies. This funding is critical to supporting the department's priorities. The department continues to make tremendous progress in key areas, including facilitating compliant development in an efficient manner, to improve safety at construction sites, to keep tenants safe in their homes and apartments, and to reduce emissions from buildings, all while continuing to improve the services we offer to our customers and members of the public. I am pleased to report that the executive budget includes additional funding that will support the department's implementation of Local Law 97, which I voted for, by the way, which aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the city's largest buildings. We thank you, the council, for your continued support during the budget process. Focusing on fiscal year 2021 for just a minute, the last fiscal year, there was an uptick in construction activity as the construction industry recovered from the lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, which included a pause on non-essential construction. During that fiscal year, approximately 120,000 construction jobs were filed with the department, and we issued nearly 160,000 initial and renewal construction permits combined. As construction activity increases, so does the potential for construction-related incidents, making construction safety a continued concern for the department, which is why we will continue to prioritize construction site safety in the upcoming fiscal year. In March, we issued our second annual construction safety report, which covers calendar year 2021. The report provides deep insights on construction safety trends in the 5 boroughs and examines department initiatives that led to declines in building construction-related incidents and injuries during that time. The 2021 report shows that the multi-year decline in building construction-related incidents in the city has continued in 2021, dropping another 10% compared to the year 2020, and over 40% since the year 2018. While this decrease in construction-related incidents is promising, the department is committed to doing more to drive down incidents and will work with its partners in the industry to accomplish this goal. Last week, as you may know, was National Construction Safety Week, which the department used as an opportunity to remind the construction industry that safety must always be the top priority on construction sites. During the week, we hosted our 3rd annual digital build entitled Safety, Innovation, and Sustainability Conference, during which the department experts presented on important topics, including construction safety and protecting the public during ongoing construction operations. The conference also included several sessions devoted to upcoming New York City construction code changes, which go into effect later this year. The department will also be offering worker safety sessions in multiple languages throughout the month. Last month, we also used an opportunity to connect directly with workers and contractors at construction sites. During the week, department staff visited construction sites in all 5 boroughs to reinforce the message that implementing safety precautions on construction sites can help prevent construction-related incidents. The department also participated in OSHA's National Safety Stand Down to prevent falls in construction, an event designed to raise fall hazard awareness across the country in an effort to stop related fatalities and serious injuries. In June, the department will be implementing a new requirement that licensed construction superintendents cannot be responsible for more than 5 non-major construction jobs at any one time, which represents a reduction from the current limitation of 10 jobs. Further, by the year 2026, no construction superintendent can be responsible for more than 1 job. This measure ensures that dedicated site safety professionals have the capacity to provide appropriate oversight at the jobs for which they are responsible and will improve safety at construction sites. Additionally, in the coming years, the department will be requiring more site safety supervision at larger construction sites as well. These measures were the result of a collaboration with the City Council and the department, and we look forward to working together on additional common sense measures to improve safety at all construction sites. To ensure that safety regulations are being complied with, the department will also continue to conduct its proactive, unannounced inspections of larger construction sites, which includes inspections to ensure that workers have appropriate site safety training where such safety is required. We will also continue to sanction the bad actors in the construction industry where appropriate, including when they take action to jeopardize public safety. It is clear that safety is a shared responsibility and that we must do our part to continue to work to drive down construction-related incidents, injuries, and fatalities so that the public stays safe and so that every worker can go home to their families at the end of the shift. In addition to focusing on improving the safety of construction sites, the department is taking stock of its work and is making significant changes to improve the experience of its customers. Just last week, on my first day on the job, I expanded our in-person customer service hours in our borough offices and at the hub so that the public can walk into one of our borough offices to receive the assistance that they need. I'm continuing to review the services the department offers to New Yorkers, and I expect to make additional changes to continue to improve upon our customer service and the delivery of our services. One of the areas we are increasingly focused on is small businesses, which are essential to New York City. We are participating in Small Business Forward, which was announced by Mayor Adams at the very beginning of the administration. As part of this initiative, we are reviewing our regulations and will be proposing measures to reduce or eliminate penalties to do our part to improve the regulatory environment for the small business community. This builds on the work we have done with New York City Council to introduce more cure periods for violations that may impact the small business and to implement a moratorium on the issuance of business sign-related violations. We are also proud to be running our free annual no-penalty business sign inspection program this month, which is a great opportunity for businesses to have their signs inspected by the department to ensure that they are code compliant and in safe working condition. We encourage businesses to call 311 to take advantage of this program. In addition, we recognize that businesses may face hurdles when embarking on a construction project. As such, we are working with our partners at the Department of Small Business Services as part of the New York City Business Quick Start program to cut any unnecessary red tape a business might face when taking on a construction project. In addition, we are preparing to launch a new program that will provide businesses with dedicated resources at the department who they can rely on even before they start a project or at any time during which the process, if they have any questions or face any hurdles. This innovative program will eliminate any uncertainties a business faces as they operate their business or work towards operating and opening their business. As the construction industry continues to recover from the pandemic, we are also concerned with larger projects that contribute to New York City's economy. As such, we are preparing to launch our major project development program, which will provide larger construction sites and construction projects with dedicated resources at the department. The goal of this program is to engage with larger construction projects even before they begin their project, to review the project scope, and to work together to find the best path forward. The department's expectation is that this will be a hands-on approach and that we will help prevent delays later on these larger construction sites with the goal of keeping the industry working on safe and code-compliant development projects. We are also transforming the way we interact with small property owners with the introduction of our homeowner relief program last summer. Instead of receiving oath summonses from the department, which could result in monetary penalties being imposed, we are providing small property owners with the opportunity to correct violating conditions without ever incurring any financial penalties. This is a shift in the way the department has done business in the past, and it's an effort by the department to support homeowners who may not be familiar with the regulations they must comply with when conducting a small construction project in their home. Further, to support and empower new property owners, we are reaching out with a toolkit they can use to maintain their property and comply with regulations before they run into any trouble. Now property owners are receiving a mailing from the department that shares critical information about their property, including any open violations or permitted construction jobs. And that tells them about compliance inspections they must comply with, which may also include inspecting the elevators, their boilers, or the outside facades. We are also reaching out to property owners when we receive a filing for a construction job at their building for the first time, so that they know what to expect as their job moves through the approval process. We recognize the significant impact that our work can have on the public, whether they are planning a construction project, attempting to resolve a violation, or wanting to find out more about the construction work in their community. As such, we will continue making our work transparent and accessible to the public by providing them with resources they can understand and use, like our customer service dashboard, our real-time map of after-hours construction work, which allows the public to determine whether after-hours construction in their neighborhood is occurring, if it is occurring with the proper permits, and our interactive map of our construction projects in the city. We will also continue conducting outreach directly to members of the public impacted by our work, which includes sending letters to property owners when their neighbor is conducting construction work, so that they are aware of the work and any disruptions it may cause in their neighborhoods. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We look forward to partnering with you to improve the work of the Department of Buildings for the benefit of all New Yorkers. And I'm pleased to say for the first time that I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commish. Good job. If there's anybody that can really dig into the often Byzantine nature of the buildings department, I think it's you. You have a healthy distrust for bureaucracy, which I think will come in handy in your position. So let's get right into it. The committee may not get to all the questions we have, or you might not have the responses that we want. So we'll make sure we send a follow-up letter of any unanswered questions as we go along today. I want to jump into Local Law 97. You spoke a little bit about it in your opening. For those that don't know, Local Law 97 of 2019 established the Office of Building Energy and Emissions Performance within the DOB as part of the Greater Climate Mobilization Act, which requires that buildings that are 25,000 square feet or higher must meet mandatory carbon emission limits by 2025, which is not that far away. So, Commissioner, can you please provide the committees with an update on the status of the Local Law 97 implementation?
Sorry about that. I had to unmute myself. Thank you very much, Chair Brannan. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, I was very proud to say that I voted for Local Law 97 to improve building energy and emissions performance. The administration wholeheartedly supports this law and the execution of this law. In its preliminary budget response, the council called for 6 additional positions to be dedicated to the implementation of Local Law 97. And I'm pleased to say that the department has received 5 additional positions to implement the law, nearly doubling the team responsible for Local Law 97. We also have a number of other folks at the agency working on making sure that we fully implement this law.
So is there sort of just large print? Is there a status update on how that's going?
Yeah, I have, as we mentioned, other members of the department on the call. I'm wondering if Sharon, you can give a brief update. Sharon is our Deputy Commissioner of Administration, or Guillermo might also be able to chime in. Maybe Guillermo is better. Let's hear from Guillermo first to elaborate a little bit.
I'll jump in here. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair Brandon, for that question. So since the law was passed, we've been primarily focused on the advisory board process and the working group process that stemmed off of that advisory board. So to date, the advisory board and the working group has met over 200 times. and they're dedicated to providing the department with input as we work to implement the law. And the culmination of that work will be at the end of this year when we submit a report to both the council and to the mayor with recommendations regarding the implementation of the law. So the advisory board and working groups have been hard at work, and we're grateful for all of their efforts and for the volunteering of their time as they've worked through the law with us. And that's been the primary focus. But we've also been focused on reaching owners directly that are impacted by the law. So for example, the first group of owners that we targeted with our outreach were the owners that could benefit from some of our adjustment programs. So if building owners were significantly over their cap, they have the opportunity to apply to the department for an adjustment. So we focused on conducting direct outreach to those owners, and that outreach to owners will continue leading up to 2024 when they must first start meeting their emissions limits.
Thank you. That's helpful. So do we know to date how many of these buildings have met the emission limits set by the legislation?
Sure. Good.
No, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, so we have done some of that work and some of that analysis. So for the first compliance period, about 75% of building owners who are subject to the law will be in compliance, is what the data is telling us. So we have about 25% who won't be in compliance if they don't make changes today to start addressing emissions coming from their buildings.
And I'm not sure if Guillermo or if the commissioner wants to take this, but the preliminary budget response, the council called on the administration to include the baseline funding, which then got us to the 5 new positions. So it's a total of $2.4 million. Do we anticipate that these 5 positions would be enough to carry out the work, or do you anticipate needing more?
We do anticipate as we get closer to the year 2024 that more staffers will be needed. And we have a number of people within the agency who are dedicated to our overall sustainability strategies and goals that are also working on implementation of Local Law 97. So it's not to say that there's only 5 or only 6 people that'll be working on this. There'll be many more. And as we get closer to the full implementation in 2024, I think that the council can expect to see that number grow.
Okay, that sounds right. And do we anticipate that all 50,000 affected buildings will comply with this legislation by 2025, or are we anticipating that we might blow past that?
Well, there are approximately 50,000 buildings that exceed 25,000 square feet. And we're going to have to partner with our partner agencies in the city to refine this universe. I think understanding the universe is very important.
Sure.
Rent regulated buildings make up approximately 42% of the universe, or 21,000 buildings, and are not subject to the emission limits in some instances. So, this is going to require collaboration with other agencies to make sure that we can get as many of that 50,000 universe in compliance before we get to the full implementation, which of course would have consequences for buildings that are not.
But at this stage, you're confident that we're on, in this early stage, you're confident that we're on track.
Look, the administration is doubling down on Local Law 97. I have regular conversations with City Hall about how important this law is and the implementation of the law. I fully expect the administration to meet the goal by 2024, and whatever resources and staffing are needed, I'm sure we will receive the support that we need to get that goal accomplished.
Okay. I want to move on to the Office of Special Enforcement, which does a lot of great work with the illegal Airbnbs and the Airbnb registration. The executive budget includes $1 million in FY23, as well as the out years to implement the legislation we passed in last December, 2309A, which requires applicants seeking to rent out rooms in Class A dwellings to register with the mayor's office. Does the DOB plan to conduct any outreach to ensure, or have you been conducting outreach to ensure that Airbnb hosts comply with this law?
We have been doing extensive outreach since the law was passed, but more specifically with respect to enforcement, I'd like to ask our Deputy Commissioner of Enforcement, Tim Hogan, to chime in because he can provide a lot more detail than I can give you right now.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the issue with Mayor's Office of Special Enforcement is that although we fund the positions and the lines come through the buildings department, they actually work independently for their director. And so the actual actions that they take related to these programs are handled through the Office of Special Enforcement and Christian Klausner, who's their director. So we supply the manpower, we do supply some training for them on how to write types of violations, et cetera. But the actual work that's done is actually handled through their office directly. And they would be best to address the issues related to the new program.
Okay, so Christian, I guess, and his team, they're in control of enforcing the legislation?
Correct. Our responsibility is to provide them with the inspectors who are properly trained. And then they get assigned over to their office, and he does all the day-to-day handling and the decisions on how to best enforce on that particular law.
Got it. Okay, I guess we should have asked for them to testify. So the role DOB really has here is just supplying them with the inspectors.
We train their inspectors so that they know how to write the violations, what violations they can write. We train them through our regular inspector academy. And when they have vacancies, they come to us to have inspectors transferred to that unit.
Okay, I'll have to follow up with you on that. Okay, talk about budget transparency. So for years, the council's been requesting that the DOB's budget include additional units of appropriations to provide transparency on the DOB's budget. But despite multiple requests, there's been no attempt to break up the funding into more transparent buckets. DOB's budget this year appropriates nearly 173 million, or nearly 75% of its total budget, in a single unit of appropriation. The remaining 25% is in a second unit of appropriation, and there's no further breakdown for the entire $231 million budget. What actions do you plan to take as commissioner to expand the DOB units of appropriations?
I mean, as someone who sat in your chair at one time, not chairing this committee, but that's something that we're going to defer to OMB about, because they're the ones that help us guide what the units of appropriation look like, and how requests are made and how those questions are answered. But I can appreciate your call for more transparency, and I'll be working with our friends and our partners at OMB and also in the administration to see if that can be accommodated. I want to ask our Deputy Commissioner for Finance Administration if she has something to add. Sharon Neal works very closely on this issue.
So I would say that we've actually worked pretty hard to make sure that we are using the responsibility centers and budget codes in the supporting schedule that's part of the published budget documents. And we consistently update that. So there's plenty of budget transparency in terms of how resources are being allocated. If there were units of appropriation, it would make it more operationally difficult for us when we need to move resources around, especially since we're dealing with very hard to recruit type of positions. But we separate them by inspectors, plan, exam, and administration. So I still think that that we're providing full transparency without having to go through the constraints of what the unit of appropriation separations do.
Yeah, I mean, I would push back on that just because in the entire budget, there's just 2 units of appropriation. So it's hard to really get clarity. I mean, what is the main barrier, I guess, to incorporating additional units of appropriation?
Yeah, I would, again, that would kind of be deferred to OMB at that level. It could constrain how funding is moved between the appropriations.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd like to dig into that more. I mean, because that's obviously why I know some agencies don't love units of appropriation and why the council wants to see more units of appropriation. But I will.
Yeah, I mean, we would definitely work with council and OMB on what that would potentially look like.
Okay. All right, in the interest of time, I'm going to move on. Last thing, and then I want to hand it over to my co-chair for this hearing. With regard to how DOB prioritizes different inspections. So DOB receives safety complaints through 311, and I think by law, you have to respond to the complaints. But how does DOB prioritize which of these complaints to investigate or inspect?
So that's a great question. Inspections in response to complaints that we receive via 311, or in some cases from elected officials or community groups, community boards, or in some cases also directly we receive complaints to our central office or to one of the borough offices. They are prioritized depending on the risk that those particular complaints pose to structures or members of the public. Tim Hogan can really go into more detail about the different classes or classification of complaints, and I think that would be helpful. So, Deputy Commissioner Hogan.
So we have various types of complaints. We have A complaints, which we have to respond to within 72 hours. Those are usually ones that are extremely hazardous conditions, such as buildings partially collapsing, bricks falling off, etc. Our actual response time currently is about 0.6 days. So we usually get there immediately within the day on those types of complaints. Then we have B complaints, which tend to be things such as illegal conversion, damage to a property from a neighbor that is not structural. Those we have 40 days to respond to, and we're currently responding to those in less than 10 days. C complaints are a little bit less important as far as their severity towards the public. They would include things like, neighbor using a property for a backyard mechanic, or drainage of water on the property that's interfering with the neighboring property. We have a 40-day response time that's allowed per our guidelines, and we're responding to them in less than 15 days. And then D complaints, which are things like a curb cut or an illegal fence. Those are 90-day response time requirement, 60-day response time requirements, and we're doing them in less than 20 days. Additional to that, we have certain areas where we have specialized enforcement. So if we have an accident on a construction site, we have a hotline number for the contractors to call in. We respond to that immediately. Additionally, we have a work without a permit group that specializes just in properties where people are calling in with work without a permit complaints, and we try to get to those in the shortest period of time possible. We're actually making some changes to get even a quicker response, but right now it's under 8 days. And then we also have work without a permit in occupied multiple dwellings, which are responded to within 12 hours.
Okay, Tim, I appreciate it. Commissioner, I appreciate it. Congratulations again. I'm going to hand it over to Chair Sanchez to take it from here.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much, Chair Brennan, and welcome, Commissioner Ulrich. I'm excited to work with you in this capacity after knowing you for so many years. This is really exciting, and I just echo Chair Brennan's statements about your healthy dose of skepticism for bureaucracy, and I think that'll be a really helpful perspective and to have here. So I want to just start off with some clarification questions from your testimony. So you first, one of the things that you mentioned was a changing requirement for construction superintendents. They can only attend to 5 major sites versus 10 in the past. Just where is this requirement coming from?
Our Deputy Commissioner for External Affairs, Guillermo, was working on this issue most recently. You want to chime in?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So this is stemming from a package of local laws dedicated to improving construction safety that the council passed at the end of the last administration. I believe these bills were passed at the last dated in December. So this is Local Law 149 of 2021, where this requirement is coming from.
Great. Thank you so much. Super helpful. And then I feel like you made an announcement. So you're going to be starting a major project development program. Can you talk to us a little bit about the resources that are going to be required or are going to be taken from DOB to staff and resource this program? Because of course, anytime that we are focusing on anything new, it's could be taking away resources that would have been, for those more mundane homeownership, homeowner concerns, and other, the other important work that the agency does. So are these new lines that are coming with the major project development program?
They are new lines, and I'd like Sharon Neal to give you a little bit more detail about how those are funded and where those are coming from. So our Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration, Sharon Neal, will be able to address that.
So we received funding for major development in the, in the FY23 November plan of 35 positions. And we also anticipate that there will be revenue generated from the major development program that would support these positions. So there shouldn't be, the whole idea is to provide more coordinated effort for these more complex jobs. So it should not interfere with other work streams within the agency that support residential or small property owners. And as the commissioner mentioned earlier, we also did receive some earmark funding specifically to support small business owners as well. So that also isn't going to end up causing conflict in terms of prioritizing the work with the agency.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much for clarifying that. Super helpful. And then just picking up on Chair Brannon's line of questions around units of appropriation. Yes, it is absolutely something that I, have heard the council, many previous councils complain about and really be concerned about for DOB in particular. There is no transparency. Even, when I ask questions like, how many plan examiners are there? How many inspectors are there? What are the kinds of inspectors? We have a hard time on the admin side, on the council side, understanding those questions. So I am going to ask a series of questions, probably for follow-up items, but I do want to get them on the record. So, so just starting off, I understand that there's some 40 to 50 different units that are within DOB. Each of those are staffed by different kinds of inspectors, a different kind of design professionals, different kinds of other professionals. And so can you give us the question for right now and then the question for follow-up? The question for right now is, can you give us a sense of how these different units are staffed? What is the mix of sort of inspectors and other sort of design professionals within each of those? And I'm talking about, the elevator inspectors, the boiler inspectors, all of these different units that there are within DOB. So what is the mix of staffing? And then the follow-up question is the council, and I'm requesting on behalf of the council, a detailed listing of what are the titles in each of these units, how many inspectors, how many plan examiners, how many design professionals at large, other professionals, and how do they divide their work? And then another question for now, maybe for well, you folks tell me, but are inspectors cross-trained, right? Is a boiler inspector able to inspect for electrical codes and things like that? So I'll stop there.
Let me begin by giving you some information that I think you'll appreciate with respect to the staffing. We have a budgeted head count of 2,105, so 2,105 is our budgeted headcount. The actual headcount at the agency is 1,581. With respect to the number of inspectors in particular, the budgeted headcount is 792. The actual headcount is 587. That means we have a vacancy rate of about 26%. With respect to plan examiners, the budgeted headcount is 416. The actual headcount is 339, an 18% vacancy rate. The administration or management, people who work for DOB, the budgeted headcount is 640. The actual headcount is 436, a 30% vacancy rate. And our clerical staff, the budgeted headcount is 257, and the actual headcount is 219. Again, overall, the budgeted headcount at the agency is about 2,100. The actual headcount is just shy under 1,600. It's a 24% vacancy that we're currently experiencing, but we don't hide in any way who's an inspector, who's a plan examiner, who works in the hub or in the central office, in a clerical position or otherwise. So happy to share that information with you, and to get you a better breakdown if you'd like that. Send that request over, and our finance and administration team, I'm sure, can put something together for you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. That would be great. And are the
the question about cross training? I'm sorry, I neglected. I'm going to ask our Deputy Commissioner of Enforcement, Mr. Hogan, to answer that, because in some cases I think the answer is yes, but in some cases the answer is no. Tim?
So we have a very limited number of inspectors that are called multidiscipline. There's literally a handful. They are trained, basically are certified home inspectors by meet the New York State licensing requirement. So they can do some inspections of plumbing, electrical, and construction. When it comes to the electrical and elevator and boiler inspectors, they are all trained under what's called ATC 45. ATC 45 is structural stability after a major storm. So they are cross-trained to do response to Sandy events or Ida events where they have to inspect for structural stability of houses. So although that is not their particular expertise, they do get that training. We also give all our inspectors OSHA 30, and OSHA 30 is a training class for construction safety and how to be safe on a construction site. So we can use those inspectors depending on what their day-to-day needs are. If they run into construction safety issues, they are authorized to do that. There are other areas that are very, very niche. For example, an elevator inspector. You can't expect a person who's been a mason or a carpenter to start looking at the integral parts of an elevator and how they operate. So we do have some and boilers, high pressure boilers, low pressure boilers. The training on those are extensive. Cranes, for example. We send the people to crane schools all over the United States to learn how to climb cranes and diagnose crane issues. So there are very specialized inspectors in certain units, but the majority of them are able to be called upon in the event of a natural disaster to assist the public.
If I can too, I know that you've been on the call for a long time and maybe you want to move on to other questions, but our first Deputy Commissioner, Kazimir Valenchik, was the Borough Commissioner in the Borough of Brooklyn. And he served as a Deputy Borough Commissioner or Assistant Borough Commissioner in other boroughs throughout the city. And I'm just wondering if he wanted to add anything about how units are assigned, or how inspectors and plan examiners and how they are organized at the borough level. Maybe Kaz, you want to chime in for a second?
Sure, of course, yes. Hi, everyone. I'm just extremely proud to stand in front of this committee, my first time. So excuse me for among my colleagues and Commissioner Ulrich. Yes, definitely. Our plan examiners basically based yourself based on the borough location and the hub office. Majority of the examiners reviewed, these examiners who review incoming work involved in the filings for building permits.
Deputy Commissioner, I think we lost your audio.
No, we still can't hear you. It looks like something may have unplugged. We can.
Ed's going to go over and assist.
Okay.
Okay.
So just another point, as I mentioned before, we separate the unit by each budget code. So each unit that we have has its own represented budget code in the supporting schedule. So it seems a little overwhelming, which is why when we talk about our positions, we talk about them in the 4 categories that the commissioner reported on before, because field inspections and their supervision is very niche. And as Tim Hogan mentioned, they're also very aligned with the trades that are in the industry. So obviously, if you need to have a plumbing repair, you don't call an electrician, you call a plumber. And we have, our code is organized according to trade as well. So in some ways, it seems as if the way that our department is organized seems a little overwhelming, as you mentioned before, between having potentially 40 to 50 units, but many of them would be subunits. So as Kaz was going to explain, we have the borough offices. There would be one for each borough, but plan exam happens in each of those boroughs, but they're fundamentally doing kind of the same high-level function, which is reviewing plans for permitting. Kaz, did you get your audio fixed? Nope.
Okay. Hey, no worries. We can come back to Kaz. That's all right. I just want Kaz has on the ground experience, many years working for the agency, and he's a pillar, really a pillar of the DOB, and has, I think, a lot of great insight to provide the committee. So I wanted him to introduce himself, but also to talk about the work that they do in the boroughs at the more granular level.
No problem. Thank you, Commissioner. So yes, I am going to move us along, but did just want to sort of respond. It's not about the complexity. It's not overwhelming. It's just that we don't have the information, right? So share that with us, and be happy to take a look. And there's a lot more smart people than I who work in the Council Finance Division who can answer and understand being further. Okay, so thank you so much. And then on the vacancies, I mean, Commissioner, these are striking. These are really, really high. So given these vacancy rates, can you talk to us a little bit about the challenges to filling these vacancies? How many, are there employee retention issues? Is it pay? Are we losing inspectors to other industries? What are some of the challenges that we're having with retention?
Well, let me just begin by saying that it may seem to the members of the council, to the public, that the vacancy rate is particularly high at DOB, and certainly it's higher than we would like it to be. But that number that I cited before doesn't take into account the 81 positions that will be reduced as part of the PEG. So the vacancy rate is slightly smaller or less than what I previously stated. But you bring up the attrition rate. I think that's a challenge for all government agencies, not just DOB. There's a very competitive job market in the private sector, and many times people are shopping around. There's no shortage of jobs right now in the market, and in some cases, in places where they're able to pay more, people will take those opportunities. So we focus on keeping the great employees that we have and attracting as many qualified inspectors, plan examiners, design professionals, and other professionals to come work for the agency, because it really is a great place to work. All of the staff that I've spoken to since I started last Tuesday, they've all had one thing in common. Everybody always said it was the best job they ever had and how much they they appreciate and value working here. So that was a very good sign for me to see that morale is high at the Department of Buildings, that people know how important their work is, and that we have to do a better job, we meaning the city as a whole, do a better job of attracting more qualified people to come and work here at the Department of Buildings. I think it's a great place for people to start their career or to transition their career.
Great, thank you so much, Commissioner. And I just want to acknowledge and thank you for being here a week into the job, less than a week into the job. Really want to appreciate that you're participating with us today. So are there sort of on the hiring process side, are there any snags that DOB is running into that may be also affecting the rates, the vacancy rates? Is it hard to onboard? Are we doing sufficient number of exams, civil service exams each year?
I'd like Sharon to chime in for a second, because there were some changes that the council made, which when I was there, I voted for them, which modernize the process and the qualifications that are necessary for people to be hired in the entry-level examiner and inspectorial positions. But Sharon can speak better to that.
So I'm trying to make sure I'm unmuted on both devices. So we've been using every available option to recruit our inspector positions, as well as our technical positions, which happens to be like our plan examiners, who are generally engineers and architect trained background. But DCAS fortunately has been offering many exams. They have an established list, but we constantly canvass the filers. We hire people provisionally, and oftentimes when the lists come out, we end up picking up the people that we've already hired provisionally or in the face of temporarily until the lists come out. And we also have been doing a lot of outreach. We've expanded participation in job fairs, and as the commissioner mentioned, us updating our inspector job title to allow an assistant inspector has proven that we are able to attract those people who have a different set of backgrounds and experiences and have them be assigned lower level work until they meet the threshold of being promoted to an inspector level 2. So they're primarily in the construction discipline, and they're very enthusiastic to be here. So we're hoping that they will continue to work at the department, and if not with the department, even with the city. But we still are not yielding the number of staff that we would hope to over this past year and a half. It's been incredibly difficult to just get the yields when you start going through the recruitment process, through the interviewing, and then the onboarding piece. And we've worked pretty closely with OMB to make sure that those hard to recruit positions are not being held up, and they have not been. So we're just, really trying to be aggressive and competitive, and we're just going to continue to move forward. And we also do a lot of outreach with veterans groups, as well as individuals that may have disabilities, to hire them through the 55A process. And, just going to the job fairs at the schools and just really pounding the pavement. And we've also, we have a pretty good youth program, which we've put into place over the last 5 or 6 years. And we're hoping that that also yields a pre-pipeline for individuals who, in the past, the agency wouldn't have hired, because we weren't hiring people out of college in inspector level positions or even in plan exam. So we've expanded the number of titles that we're also hiring people into. So I'm hoping that we see some movement so that we can fill our positions.
Chair, if I can elaborate just a little bit, I found in my notes here was local law 219, local 219, that I also voted for in 2017. It loosened the criteria in relation to qualifications for department inspectors. And that has allowed us to hire additional inspectors by expanding those qualifications and the roles and adding the title of assistant inspector, as Sharon alluded to earlier. Sharon and her team have done a very good job working with CUNY and also the Department of Education, trying to match the qualifications that assistant inspectors and inspectors need to get hired by DOB with the curriculum and with the type of training that they receive at CUNY and in the Department of Education through the CTEA schools of construction, trades, and engineering and architecture, trade high schools that we have throughout the city. So we're really being very creative and very aggressive in recruiting young people who want to come work for the Department of Buildings and who have a knack for architecture and development and construction and things that really pique their interest. This is a great career for them, and we want to hire as many of them as possible.
Great. That's great. And you were once on this side, but work with us. Use us, Commissioner. Use us, Deputy Commissioner at the council to help with that. I have one of the highest unemployment rates in my district in New York City, and so I'd love to think about and think through with you and talk through with you all on how the department can do more hiring here.
Well, certainly, if you have any job fairs or anything coming up, we'd love to participate and be a part of that as well.
Perfect. Absolutely. So my next question is about the impact of these vacancies. So I certainly have heard from many in the industry, concerns about small businesses that need to shut down because, it's taking forever to get a certification or reviews. I, on the one hand, wonder about the impact on the industry and the scale and kind of cadence of projects. But on the other hand, just on construction safety, right? DOB is required to conduct construction site inspections and enforcement. How are you doing what you need to do and what you're required to do in the face of such large vacancy numbers?
Well, thankfully, I don't think safety has been compromised in any way. As was mentioned previously by Deputy Commissioner Hogan, the inspector staff throughout the boroughs does an amazing job, not only with enforcement, but also with compliance and just getting the information out there directly to the workers, to the construction managers and the site safety superintendents. So making sure that people are aware of the fact that we are not going to compromise safety in any way on any construction site, no matter how big or small. Notwithstanding some of the staffing challenges that you have identified and that we've spoken about, we are still meeting the demand for the agency. I believe that us being able to reopen the borough offices fully to expand customer service for people throughout the city is going to be particularly helpful. There are some folks who may have put off construction projects during the pandemic for financial reasons or for logistical reasons, and now they're starting to dust those plans off and start those projects all over again. We want to be ready, and we will respond accordingly to any staffing shortage or perceived staffing shortage that exists in any part of the department. But for the most part, I'm very happy to say that we're on the job. We're meeting the demand that we currently have, despite the vacancy rate that we're experiencing. And if the work load increases, we will bring on more people to help us meet those demands. But as of now, no safety being compromised, no tremendous backlogs, and we're very pleased with the work that's being done. So much so that we're actually able to restore service to pre-pandemic hours of operation.
Thank you, Commissioner. And sort of as a natural next question, thinking about safety, thinking about site safety, how many of the city's construction sites do receive a site safety inspection, say fiscal year?
So the number of inspections, I have that number right here. Maybe Tom, you want to jump in? He might have it more readily available.
So this is Tim Hogan. We do about every about 10 weeks, we get a new list of about 6,800 sites that need to be inspected. And we inspect close to, if not all of those 6,800 sites in that period of time. That is just on the construction safety compliance group. And they're dedicated to just doing safety compliance inspections. Separate and apart from that, we have a construction safety engineering group that responds out whenever there's any type of incident, and they do inspections. And if they identify a practice being done at a construction site that we consider to be a serious violation that leads to a serious injury or a fatality, they then inspect every site that contractor and subcontractor and safety professional has their fingers on as active sites to make sure that it is not a systemic problem, that it's limited to the particular site that we have the incident on.
Got it. Thank you. And can you, for the record, share with us how many fatalities were reported in fiscal 2021 and fiscal 2022 to date?
I don't have it broken down in that way. I have it for 2021, we had 9. So far this year, we have had 4. We have 1 additional that is in serious condition who's been in intensive care for a number of weeks, who potentially may be our 5th. We hope not. But all of those were falls in the construction industry.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. And understanding and acknowledging that these numbers are improved from previous years, particularly after the passage of legislation and changes at DOB. Can you tell us about those 9 fatalities in 2021 and the 4 so far this year? What are the causes? What trends are we seeing in the causes for these worker fatalities? Is it falls?
So this year, all 4 were falls. Last year, we had a number of falls. We had a number that it was electrocutions. There was some struck by where somebody was working and was hit by material that fell. So each year it varies, but primarily our major problem every year is falls.
Got it. Thank you. And what are some of the changes that the department is looking at to address worker falls and improve that statistic?
We continue to do outreach. We have various worker training that we've been doing. We're working with small business services to try and get more outreach, especially to the day labor community, so that they have a better understanding of the dangers and what their rights are. And we have put a number of different safety presentations. They're out on YouTube. They're in multiple languages, so that people are able to look at those as workers, that they don't have to take time and take a day off to view those and to learn about how to protect themselves.
Great. Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner. And then my last question, and I don't see any colleague hands up, so I would turn it back to Chair Brannan after this. But my last question is about diversity at the agency and diversity within the leadership of the agency. Commissioner, can you talk to us about the leadership ranks within the Department of Buildings? What are we looking at in terms of race, ethnicity, and gender diversity in the leadership? And how does that compare with the sort of, the remainder of the agency?
I certainly can. And if you give me just 1 minute, I anticipated that question would come up, and I am going to be able to provide that for you right now. If you give me just 1 second.
No problem. And please provide it however makes the most sense. Maybe executive versus, plan examiners versus inspectors versus.
For sure. Just give me 1 minute, please. It should be here. Just give me 1 second, please. I can't.
No problem.
Yeah, we do have agency-wide data available. I know because I was just looking at it. Sharon, do you want to chime in the interim? Because I can't find the fact sheet. I was just looking for that sheet that I had. I'm going to find it in a minute, but please.
So we have a breakdown of
Thank you.
the agency as a whole. We'll have to
There
get
it
back
is.
to you
I don't know
on
where
on the breakdown of the leadership piece. So right now,
I
our
found
gender
it.
diversity. Okay, you want to take
found-
it from there?
I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off, and Chair. Apologize for the delay. Yeah, we do have agency-wide information available, which Sharon just mentioned. Gender diversity, the department is 64% male, 35% female, okay, and 1% non-binary or other or unspecified. Ethnicity, we are 32% non-minority, 57% minority, and 11% other, 2 or more, or unspecified. These are some of our EEO staffing stats as of April 2022, which is last month. We mentioned the gender there. The minority breakdown ethnicity-wise. Asian Pacific Islander is about 16%. Black or African American, 27%, and Hispanic is or Latinx is represented by about 14% of our workforce. And then there are others, people who identify with 2 or more, that's 11%, and non-minority employees, that's 31%. So that's agency-wide.
Got it. Thank you so much. And yeah, it would be great to if you could follow up on the leadership, just break down.
The leadership is still being restructured and constituted. It's something that we're working closely with City Hall on, and something that we're very mindful of, and the mayor himself has made mention of on several occasions, that every agency should have a diverse leadership and one that reflects the diversity of the city.
Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate and echo that. So look forward to seeing what comes of your process. I said that was the last question, but I do have one more. I apologize. The Soho NoHo rezoning, there is a executive budget item for $311,000. Can you share with the council what these new positions are for and what will be the duties and responsibilities with these individuals in connection to the rezoning process?
Sure. So the department's primary role in the Soho NoHo rezoning is to oversee the conversion of JLWQA units to residential use, which will allow non-artists to live in those apartments, in those units. And an agreement was reached with the council, as you know, to add additional staff to the loft board, which is where this comes into play, to facilitate the conversion of commercial and manufacturing spaces to residential, given that there are buildings undergoing this process. The department received funding to add 3 additional attorneys to the loft board. Sharon, do you have an update about those 3 attorneys? Have they been hired yet?
No, because the positions would become available July 1, but we obviously would work with OMB to get people on board prior to and start the recruitment process now.
Yeah. So there are 3 attorneys, and it's sort of the loft board, as you know, is a very, I want to use the right word, is a very dated law that was passed, and one that we have to comply with, and one that guides this process in converting these units.
Great. Well, thank you for that clarification. Very helpful. So with that, I want to thank you all on my own behalf. I don't see a colleague hands up, but if you do have any questions, please do raise them. And Chair Brannon or Malcolm?
We just want to make sure that we recognize that Councilmember Ariola joined us for this portion of the day. And Chair Brannon, we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Council. I don't see any more of my colleagues with their hands up. So with that, we will adjourn this hearing. Commissioner Ulrich, Congratulations again. I really
Thank
do
you.
look forward to working with you. And I appreciate you jumping on the hot seat just a couple of minutes after you were appointed. It means a lot to the council, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, chairs.
Right on. All right. With that, council, I will adjourn this hearing. Thank you so much.
Nicole, you can close whenever you want.
Gotcha.
Have a good one.